hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. We have quorum to transact business. Clerk, ready to go?
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, take your seats. Honorable members, allow me to recognize members of the County Assembly of Kakamega. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of 16 members of the County Assembly of Kakamega. Order seated at the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation is led by their Deputy Speaker, Honorable Bernard Isindu Shitiabai. They are also accompanied by 9 members of staff. Honorable members, the delegation is on a visit to the National Assembly to benchmark on parliamentary processes and operations with various committees. On my own behalf and that of the House, I wish to welcome them to the National Assembly and wish them fruitful engagement during their visit. Honorable delegates from Kakamega, I'm sorry I don't have all your names, so I can't recognize you one by one, but Bernard Isindu, as your leader, is duly recognized. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Here. Honorable Speaker, thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 27th June 2023. Annual report and financial statements of Kenya Insurance Corporation Limited for the year ended 31st December 2022. Reports of the Auditor General of Financial Statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022 and certificates therein. A. Chuka University, Moi University, Kitale National Polytechnic, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, MTRH, Kaiboi Technical Training Institute, Mukiria Technical Training Institute, Rifty Valley Technical Training Institute, Jeremiah Nyaga Technical Institute, Nkabune Technical Training Institute, Kirua Technical Training Institute, Aldai Technical Training Institute, Muranga Technical Training Institute, Karumo Technical Training Institute, Chester Teachers Training College, Tambach Teachers Training College, Mosoriot Teachers Training College, Engwen Technical Training and Vocational College, Kipkabas Technical and Vocational College, Lodwa Technical and Vocational College, Kipsoen Technical and Vocational College, Chapsirei Technical and Vocational College, Taraka Technical and Vocational College, Tinderet Technical and Vocational College, Moiben Technical and Vocational College, Garsen Technical and Vocational College, and lastly, Lafay Technical and Vocational College. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor. Wapi Karemba? Any member of the committee? Put it aside. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Yes, Maklap, wapi your chairman? Pardon? Take the microphone. Give him the microphone.
Mr. Speaker, he's on his way to the chambers.
Is it guesswork or you have spoken?
No, I was with him, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
I was here.
Okay. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Leader of majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to give notice of the following motion, that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 28.4, this House resolves to alter its calendar for the second session, the regular sessions as adopted on Wednesday, February 15, 2023, by varying the period for the short recess with respect to the second part of the session, so that A, the short recess commences on Friday, 7th July 2023, and ends on Monday, 24th July 2023, and B, that the House resumes regular sittings on Tuesday, 25th July 2023 to continue with the second part of the session. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I am told by my clerk that they are not ready. You have not signed I did. The report. I think I did. Check with them. Thank you, Majority Leader. I see Honorable Karemba here. Are his papers ready? Yes, Maklap. Give to the member
Mr.
for Baringo North.
Mr. Speaker, I now have the paper to be laid.
So go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to lay the report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its vetting of a nominee for appointment as a chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation.
Thank you.
I beg to lay.
Lay and go ahead on the next to give your notice of motion. Lay the paper first. Thank you. Go back now and give notice of motion.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I beg to keep notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as a chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation, laid on the table of the House on this Tuesday, 27 June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 215 subsection A of the Constitution and Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, this House approves the appointment of CPA Mary A.C. Wanyonyi as a chairperson of Commission of Revenue Allocation.
Honorable Maklap. Karemba, are you ready now? I'm told your documents are not ready, so you will do so on Thursday. You lay your paper and give notice of motion on Thursday.
That's okay, Honorable Speaker.
Mwengi Mutuse.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, regarding affirmative action plan for provision of water in arid and semi-arid areas. That aware that Article 43 of the Constitution, as read together with Section 9 of the Water Act 2016, provide for access to clean, safe and adequate water for all citizens. Further aware that access to water guarantees human and animal health, food security, clean and sustainable environment among other socioeconomic drivers, acknowledging that with a population of nearly 53 million people, about 28 million Kenyans lack access to safe water, while 41 million lack access to improved sanitation. Further acknowledging the rising water demand in the country and growing water scarcity due to climate change, population growth, urbanization, water pollution and poor management of water resources, noting that the lack of clean, safe and adequate water affects economic activities, food security, education, health, and that it also affects, and its effects are especially evident in rural areas and urban slums. Further noting that with the recurring drought, the country experiences acute water shortage, resulting in loss of lives, livelihoods, as well as environmental degradation, with arid and semi-arid areas being the most affected. Recognizing that this has led to economic decline in these areas, and partly due to successive marginalization and or underinvestment by successive governments in water. And further recognizing that during rainy seasons, these areas experience destructive immense surface water flow, sometimes leading to flooding, and that with adequate water catchment, these ASO areas can greatly contribute to food security, employment and wealth creation, hence reduce poverty and accelerate national growth. This House therefore urges the national government through the State Department of Water and Irrigation to, 1, institutionalize rainwater harvesting and storage in the country and particularly in ASA areas, and 2, develop an affirmative action program for investment in water harvesting, purification, storage and distribution in respect of ASAL areas. I beg to give notice of motion, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mutuse. Okay. Next order. Honorable members, you'll notice you have a supplementary order paper which was necessitated by some amendments to the bill that we are going to Committee of the Whole. So from now going forward, we will use the supplementary order paper. Honorable members, before I go to the next order, allow me to recognize the following schools in the public gallery. The Nyali School, Nyali, Mombasa, St. Luke's Birbiriet Chesumei in Nandi. On your behalf and on my own behalf, we welcome the students and their teachers, if any, in the House of Parliament. I have been requested by Honorable Major Rueda that her daughter is among the Nyali school team to take 1 minute to welcome the schools. Rueda, speak for all of us. Welcome the 2 schools. Don't limit yourself to your daughter. Give her the mic.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipatia mimi nafasi nami niwakaribishe wanafunzi wote walioko hapa, hususan the Nyali School Mombasa. Nyali School inasifika na inajulikana kwa utenda kazi mzuri, performance yao ni mzuri sana, na na hakika wakati huu wamekuja kutembea hapa bunge na wametembea sehemu zingine hapa Nairobi, italeta matunda zaidi, tutawaona hapo wakishine. Karibuni sana bunge, karibuni Nairobi, mkienda huko yale mmesoma myapeleke huko, na nashukuru mtoto wangu pia ako hapo. Karibuni sana mwalimu, kila laheri kwa hii trip. Mbunge wenu Mheshimiwa Mohamed Ali amesema nimtolee salamu, alikuwa aje lakini hakupata. Karibuni sana, tutapata wabunge wengi hapo kwa hiyo shule.
Asante Mama Roida. Mbunge wa Chesumei, umeniomba pia nikupe dakika moja. Chukua dakika moja kukaribisha shule yako. Give Honorable Polo the mic. You are off target, clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Let me also take this opportunity on behalf of the great people of Chesumei to welcome the two schools from Nyali and my own school from Chesumei constituency. And St. Luke's is known of very good performance, Mr. Speaker, sir. St. Luke's is a school in Nandi County, though the infrastructure is not very good, and I will call upon you to come and assist us there. But in performance, they are very good, Mr. Speaker, sir. And the teachers also, let me congratulate them for the good performance. And I would take exception on the head teacher who was given an award. Thank you so much, head teacher, Mrs. Kipto, and all the Chesumei fraternity. Thank you, and welcome to the House
Thank you,
of
Honorable
Legislators.
Polo. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Next order.
Order number 8, the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2022, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act to provide a structured mechanism through which Parliament is able to receive reports from public officers on resolutions passed by Parliament and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Honorable Karemba, the papers you are supposed to lay and the notice of motion are time-bound. So try and check with the table office and the clerk's office to see where they are so that I give you an opportunity to prosecute them. Next order.
Order number 9, a special motion.
Sorry. Clerk, we'll move back kidogo. Honorable Chege had asked me for an opportunity to make a personal statement, and I caution you, Sabina, if there's anything to do with your suspension or to do with the fracas that occurred here, I will stop you. I don't want any drama anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say I'm grateful that I'm back.
Yes.
I will not go into the details of how I went away out of this house, Mr. Speaker. My statement is as follows, that Tom Peters said great leaders do not create followers, they create more leaders. And we must know that we are all called to speak and to inspire future leaders. This is not a statement about myself, Mr. Speaker. It's a statement about the parliamentary decorum. It's a statement about protecting the political space rightly earned by women leaders in our country. It is a statement about our girls and future generation and the image of parliament that we bequeath to them. Mr. Speaker, it's a statement about my party, Jubilee Party, and the violent mistreatment we continue to face and fight against the minority coalition. Mr. Speaker, we sit as one house of parliament to manifest the diversity of the nation, represent the will of the people, and exercise their sovereignty. For the record, Mr. Speaker, I know you are aware of physically attacked by members of this house. They even took my phone in a style that is only done by petty offenders of the streets in Nairobi. But to me, this was a well-planned and coordinated attack, Mr. Speaker. What saddened me most is not even the attackers per se, but the fact that it was planned and executed by women MPs with the help of their male counterparts. I would not wish that to happen to even my worst enemy, Mr. Speaker. This incident brought disrepute for this House and fell short of our calling as a National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, my party has continued to be intimidated in this House. But as my mother tongue, we say people only throw stones to a tree with good fruits, and by that way we expect that we will keep on fighting for the space of the Jubilee Party. I want to thank my colleagues, leaders, and the people of Kenya who have supported me during this unnecessary ordeal. I want to thank all members of Parliament for trusting and supporting the party as we deal with the unfortunate incidents. The people of Kenya look at this House for responsible leadership, Mr. Speaker. The people of Kenya often visit this House to witness parliamentary proceedings. We always have, as today, boys and girls from various schools visiting this house to witness us debates and make important decisions that will affect them today and in the future. They come here to this house to learn and to be inspired by words and our conduct. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the people of Kenya do not expect to find chaos and violence in this house. They don't come expecting to see women leaders unleash violence on their colleagues. This is a no, Mr. Speaker. When I have spoken about Jubilee mistreatment in AZIMIO and the fact that our space has been consistently taken over in the most unfair and illegal manner, you now understand, Mr. Speaker. When we say Jubilee Party ought to be respected and accorded its full legal rights as the third largest parliamentary party in this house with 28 MPPs, we mean exactly that. We will continue fighting and advocating for that without fear and despite the intimidation and violence. The matter of the position, Mr. Speaker, of Deputy Minority Whip is being handled by the relevant legal institutions, and therefore I would urge anybody with a contrary view to follow the law to seek for solution. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we will all recall our national prayer breakfast, and this year's theme was reconciliation. I'm here to remind Kenyans that as your leaders, we endeavor to remain true to our national anthem, justice be our shield and defender. May we live in unity, peace and liberty. His Excellency the President, his Deputy President, and you, Mr. Speaker, and many leaders in this House have led the way in this path of reconciliation. We can only follow suit and support these efforts so that plenty may be found within our borders. Therefore, as our parliamentary organs continue with investigations of what happened on that day, I want to tell those who attacked me that I forgive them. Kenya and this House is not about us, it's about Kenyan people. The Kenyan people expect us to provide leadership without unnecessary drama and violence. Even when we differ, Mr. Speaker, on policy ideas, we must do so with decorum and respect, as reconciliation guides our path to prosperity and sustainable development for our people. Mr. Speaker, I end with the words of Martin Luther King Jr., who once said, "It's time for political leaders across the ideology spectrum to realize that while partnership is understandable, hyper-partnership is destructive to our country. We need visionary leaders who will honestly strive for bipartisanship and finding policy solutions that can move the country forward." I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sabina Chege. I hope the male member sitting behind you have heard you. Next order.
Order number 9, special motion, consideration of nominee for appointment as the Principal Secretary, State Department for Performance Management and Delivery Services.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security in its report on the vetting of nominee for appointment as a Principal Secretary, State Department for Performance Management and Delivery Services, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 22nd June 2023, and pursuant to the provision of Article 155 3B of the Constitution and Section 8(1) of the Public Appointment Act 2011, this House approved the appointment of Ms. Anne Njogi Wangombe as Principal Secretary, State Department for Performance Management and Delivery Services. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President forwarded the clerks to the Clerk of the National Assembly the name of Ms. Njogi Wangombe, nominee for the said position, that State Department for Performance and Management Delivery Services, pursuant to Article 1553 and Section 3 and 5 of Public Appointment Act number 33 of 2021. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 42.1, you conveyed the message from His Excellency the President to the House in a communication dated 6th June. The name of the nominee and a curriculum vitae was forwarded to the Department Committee on Administration and Internal Security, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 45.1, to conduct the approval hearing as required under Article 124(4)(a) of the Constitution of Kenya and Section 6 of the Public Appointment Act. Mr. Speaker, Subsequently, and in accordance with the Section 69 of the Public Appointment Act 2021, the committee placed an advert in the print media on Thursday, 8th June, inviting the public to submit memoranda by the way of written statement and oath on the suitability or otherwise of the nominee in accordance with the public appointments. The advertisement indicated that the submission were to be received by the close of business on Friday 16th by 5 p.m. by the close of the submission deadline. The committee had not received any memoranda contesting the suitability of the candidate. The nominee was also notified of the date, time and place for approval hearing, which the committee conducted on Wednesday 21st. Mr. Speaker, the nominee appeared before the Committee on Administration and Internal Security as scheduled for approval hearing in accordance with the provision of the Constitution. Act 2011 on her stability or otherwise for appointment to the position said. Mr. Speaker, while conducting the approval hearing, the committee was guided by the provision of Section 678 and Section 7 of the Public Appointment Act 2011. In determining the suitability of the nominee, the committee focused on the nominee's academic credentials, provisional training and experience, personal integrity, and the background. Mr. Speaker, the committee had the following observation regarding the nominee: that the nominee holds a master's degree in education from the University of Nairobi, awarded in 2008, Bachelor of Education degree Arts from Kenyatta University in 1993. She further holds a diploma in Human Resource Management from Kenya Institute of Management. The nominee has a working experience of over 30 years, having worked in various positions as a high school teacher from 1993 to 2009, a teacher trainer in 2009, part-time lecturer in Kenya Methodist University and Mount Kenya University, assistant director for human resource and administration of Kenya Medical Cambry 2011 to 2016. Currently, the nominee is a manager of Kenya Revenue Authority Staff Pension Scheme, where she has served from 2018 to date. She thus complies with Section 67 of the Public Appointment Act 2011 with regards to academic credentials, professional, and working experience. That during the approval hearing, Mr. Speaker, the nominee demonstrated knowledge of topical, administrative, and technical issues touching on government and has the requisite abilities, qualification, and experience to serve as a principal secretary for the said department. In accordance with Article 78(1)(2) of the Constitution, the nominee is eligible for appointment to state office since she is a Kenyan citizen and does not hold a dual citizenship. The nominee met the integrity threshold, demonstrated knowledge of topical administrative issue touching on the State Department, and has been nominated too, and has the requisite ability, academic qualification, and experience, Mr. Speaker. The nominee meets the requirement of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity, having obtained the clearance from the following statutory bodies: ESCC, KRA, DCI, HELP, and ORPP. The nominee is not a member of any official or any official of a registered political party. The nominee has never been dismissed from office under Article 75 of the Constitution for the contravention of the provision of Article 75(1) or Article 76 or Article 77 in restriction of the activity of state officers, or even Article 78(2). Mr. Speaker, having conducted the approval hearing for the nominee pursuant to this article, the committee recommends that this House approve the nomination of one Ms. Anne Njogin Wangombe for the appointment as the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Performance and Delivery Services. Having noted the proceeding of the Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the approval of hearing for the State Department for Performance and Delivery, I beg to move the motion and urge the House to adopt the report. So, Mr. Speaker, I've just said that the committee had a very, very interactive session. They interrogated the nominee, and I can confirm to this Honorable House that the nominee is properly fit and capable to work in the said State Department. She's actually, she has worked in several government sectors, and wherever she has worked before, she left a mark, especially when she worked as a principal in one of the secondary schools. So I urge this House to approve the nominee, and I equally ask my vice, Dida Raso, to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dida Raso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
Order, honorable members. Order, Karemba. Honorable members, I now propose the question consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Performance, Management and Delivery Services, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 22nd June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155(3)(b) of the Constitution and Section 81(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, approves the appointment of Ms. Anne Njoki Wangombe as Principal Secretary, State Department for Performance Management and Delivery Services. I'll pull the question, but there's a member who specifically requested that he wants to speak. Gitari. After him, I'll put the question. Correre, you want also to...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the chance. One, I want to agree with the committee. Mr. Speaker, the said Anne Wangombe worked in Kirinyaga Central. She was teaching at Kerogoya High School. At that time, I was contemplating on running for a seat, and I can assure you that she's a very good person. After that, Mr. Speaker, Anne Wangombe went for her master's, and after the master's degree, she went to teach in a university. After that, she went to Kemri, where she worked in a very senior position, Mr. Speaker, and she left Kemri over the issues of the tassos, you know, about Kemri in Moya. So she died for the people of Kirinyaga. That's why I thought that I should put a statement to the committee. After that, she worked in KRA. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, Anne Wangombe is the right person for that position, and she is a real reflection of a bottom-up I support.
Correre, you'll be the last. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want to support the nomination of the candidate. I happen to sit in the Committee on Security and Administration, and clearly, Speaker, the appointment of this lady to the position of PS is a real bottom-up approach, because this lady came from being a secondary school teacher, and she climbed all the way to where she is now. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, she's got quite a wealth background of knowledge. She's hardworking, and she really merits the appointment. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I must also say, as a minority, I am a bit skeptical. And I am afraid if the kind of appointments we are seeing will continue that way, then surely the minorities cannot claim to have a stake in this government. And Mr. Speaker, I say this without fear of contradiction, because I know His Excellency the President is president today because he got votes from everywhere from this republic. And Mr. Speaker, when we are seeing main appointments going to two major communities in this country, then that leaves a lot of us with the questions: are we really part of this country? are our people targeted? Why are they being punished? Mr. Speaker, the other day, we passed the appointment of the governor of Central Bank in this house. And personally, I have a lot of reservations because unless somebody proves me otherwise, it looks like for anybody to be a governor of Central Bank in this country, you must come from a particular region. And Mr. Speaker, it is very painful when our people are put on the list just to be pacemakers in the race. And Mr. Speaker, I really want to plead with the president. You know, Speaker, when I first came to this house, I was nominated by URP, courtesy of the president himself, meaning he has an eye and an ear for the minority. And as a minority, I must say, in the last 10 years of the two previous administrations, the minorities were completely forgotten. And this is the only president whom the minorities have some hope in. So, Mr. Speaker, as I support, I want to do it with a rider than the 10 years of William Samoei Ruto as the president is the only president the minorities have hope with, because the last 20 years, the minorities were completely buried in appointments in this country. And the last time the minorities saw some light in this country was during the reign of the president, the late Mzee Moi. So, I know he's a very good student of Moi, and I know the minorities during his reign will have some story to tell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tongei. Give the mic to Tongei. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to also support the appointment of Anne. Honorable Speaker, Anne is one person who is very well known to me. I went to school with Anne. We actually schooled together. We did the Masters of Education together. So she's actually one person who rose from being a teacher, Mr. Speaker, sir, from a classroom teacher to KRA, and right now to being a principal secretary. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, this lady is a lady who is well learned. She went to school and has papers, a master's degree, and I have no doubt, Honorable Speaker, that this lady will be the right person for being the principal secretary. Honorable Speaker, I will not have done justice if I don't support or thank the President, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, for appointing women. Honorable Speaker, the President has done us a lot of justice as women of this country. And when we see such a lady being appointed to us as women, we want to thank the President. I support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Tutafungia majority. Simulisema niwe put the question.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and allow me to also add my word of support to the appointment of Ms. Anne Njoki Wang'ombe, and to first thank the Committee of Administration and Internal Security that has done very good work within a very short time to take her through vetting. And Honorable Speaker, Ms. Anne Njoki Wang'ombe, and I have listened to the views of my good friend Mheshimiwa Sarah Korere, who avers that she was first nominated by His Excellency the President from a minority. And therefore she appreciates that the President is very keen on having balanced appointments in his government. And not just balance in terms of minority and the majority, because it is also possible, Honorable Speaker, to marginalize the majority in a country because of perceptions. And Honorable Speaker, nobody knows better than Sarah Korere that President William Ruto has been very keen to even balance, even in terms of gender parity, to ensure that there are enough of either gender in his government, represented in his government. And therefore, I don't support this on the basis of gender parity only, that Ms. Anne Wang'ombe is a lady, well-learned, well-educated, but she also comes from a community that risks being sidelined in key appointments on the basis of being the majority in the country. Honorable Speaker, it has been argued, when you are a majority, even in an institution, even when people die, it just happens that the majority, we also have a majority among us those who are dying. And therefore, we must not also profile people on the basis of their ethnicities. Let us judge Ms. Anne Wangombe not on the basis of her ethnicity or where she comes from, but on the content of what she has to offer to government. And I want to speak to Anne Wangombe. She comes in a very important docket in the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, where she's been appointed to serve in the performance management and delivery services. In the previous regime, Honorable Speaker, this is a docket where PDU, or the Presidential Delivery Unit, was. And it is such a key anchor of the success of any administration that Ms. Wangombe must come into government and be able to quickly learn what are those 9 value chains that President William Ruto and his administration have given priority, so that she's able to appraise herself on those value chains, appraise herself even on the budget and appropriations report that we passed here and the appropriations bill, because it is what we have appropriated here that her State Department must ensure that projects are being delivered in time and with value for money being given to the people of Kenya. And therefore, she has a very important role in government, and I want to plead with her to quickly appraise herself, get to understand our appropriations, the priority areas in terms of the value chains, the 9 value chains that we spoke to during appropriations bill, and which President William Ruto, in his better agenda or the bottom-up economic transformational agenda, has set out those 9 value chains to be able to spur our country to greater heights of development. Honorable Speaker, we have also seen in the recent past, and I'm happy, Honorable Speaker, because when others spoke about corruption, I remember when President William Ruto was setting up his government, he said he will not speak about corruption, but he shall act on corruption in government. And I am happy that the first steps he has taken on any public officer who has been mentioned negatively on matters touching on the integrity, he has relinquished them of their jobs, Honorable Speaker. And I want to ask Ms. Anne Njoki that she has a role to ensure that she supports the president's and the country's war against corruption. Because corruption begins with the implementation of projects and procurement of those projects. She must quickly appraise herself with the provisions of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act of 2015 and get to know all details pertaining to procurement of public goods and services and be able to review the same to ensure that delivery of public projects is done expeditiously and giving value for money to the people of Kenya. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, let me also note that Ms. Wangombe also comes in to replace one of the PSs who left office, and the PS who left office came from the same region as Ms. Wangombe is being appointed. And in the same breath, because Honorable Sarah Korere did also mention the Governor, Central Bank of Kenya, I think the President is very keen to ensure that if one leaves office, because of that critical balance in the country, to ensure that you replace people from the regions where the previous holder came from. That is why, Honorable Speaker, I was just cautioning that we also risk marginalizing communities and profiling communities, and we must avoid that risk of profiling anybody on the basis of their ethnicity, but let us view each other from the basis of what we are able to deliver to the people and the Republic of Kenya. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
Order, honorable members, will now pull the question. Take your seat, Honorable Hassan. Oh, okay. The mover, you are called to reply before we put the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reply, and I want to thank the members who have contributed and supported the committee on its own finding. This is a very crucial State Department, Mr. Speaker. You know, the performance of what we do as a government, what the other State Departments will be doing, will be appraised and being monitored and evaluated by the State Department. So this State officer will come in handy to support the rest of the State Department of the government to perform to the expectation of Kenya. So I beg to reply, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as Principal Secretary, State Department for Performance Management and Delivery Services, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 22nd June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 155 3B of the Constitution and Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, approves the appointment of Ms. Anne Njoki Wang'ombe as Principal Secretary, State Department for Performance Management and Delivery Services. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Now we'll go back to order number 5 and ask Honorable Karemba to lay your paper and move on to order number 6 to give you a notice of motion.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 27th June 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Labor on its vetting of a nominee for appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC.
Order 6, can you now give your notice of motion?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 27th June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 250 2B of the Constitution, Section 711 of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act 2011, and Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House rejects the appointment of Dr. Phyllis Wamboi Wagasha as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Karemba. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the following school in the Speaker's Gallery: Chebwai SDA Secondary School from Malava, Kakamega. The member for Malava, members, you should have the courtesy of welcoming students in the House of Parliament. The member for Malava, Maluli Njendi, I give you 1 minute to salute your school.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity to welcome the students of Chabwai SDA Secondary School from Malava. Please feel welcome. Have the feel of Parliament. You are a great school. Speaker, this is one of the top performing schools in my constituency. Thank you. And I also take this opportunity to welcome the members of the County Assembly who are also in the Speaker's Gallery. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Njendi. On my behalf and on behalf of the House of Parliament, I join you in welcoming Chebwai SDA Secondary School to the House of Parliament. Feel welcome. Next order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, members, may you be upstanding.
Honorable members, take your seats. Order, members. Order. Order, members. We are now going to the Committee of the Whole House. Order, members. Kindly take your seats. Honorable Owen, Honorable Ngongo, Honorable Maklap, take your seats. Honorable members, we will start this Committee of the Whole House with the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill, number 16 of 2023.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that Clause 3 be part of the bill. I now put the question that Clause 3 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that Clause 4 be part of the bill. Mover, the Chair, Public Debt and Privatization Committee. Order, members. We are on Clause 4. Mover. This amendment is by the Chair.
They are all similar.
Let the chair move the TV.
Chair, this amendment is by the committee.
Yeah, can we move the amendment?
By the chairperson, Public Debt and Privatization Committee.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson.
It's been moved by Dr. Makali.
Yes.
Mulu.
Yes.
Continue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I move that clause 4 of the bill be amended by deleting paragraph A. Honorable Chair, the import of this is that in the bill, it is being proposed that the Public Debt Management Office, which is an office under the CS Treasury, is being proposed to advise Parliament matters public debt. And the committee, we agreed as a committee, and we also, during our second reading, Honorable Chairperson, we agreed that for the purpose of the principle of separation of powers between the three arms of the government, it is important that Parliament is advised not by Treasury, but by either an office in Parliament or by an independent office. So on the basis of that, we propose that we delete paragraph A under clause 4. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Makali. I now propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Mbadi, we are keeping it maximum of 2 minutes.
You know, we are legislating, not just approving things. Madam Chair, I want to support this amendment because the idea of advice sometimes can be misinterpreted, and the moment you put it that the Debt Management Office advises, then there is likelihood that they may insist that the advice must be taken by Parliament, as we have seen previously with CRA, Commission on Revenue Allocation, now believes that the advice that they give Parliament on revenue distribution must be respected. So to avoid that conflict with Parliament, we need to remove this amendment, and that I support the deletion. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chair. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 4 as amended be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Mover, the chair, Public Debt and Privatization Committee. To be moved by Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Although I would have really sought for your indulgence, the majority leader still has an amendment on this clause.
Honorable Makali Mulu, we have consulted on that.
So we do as fast.
You will move the committee amendments.
Okay. So, Honorable Chairperson, I move that clause 6 be amended by A, deleting paragraph A, or as by the order paper, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, the essence of this amendment is we want to move the public debt acreage from a nominal number to a percentage. So, Honorable Chair, we are proposing that we agree as a House that we make the ceiling for our public debt to be 55% of the GDP present value. And Honorable Chair, just as a way of ensuring that as a House we have control over this matter, there are two things we have said. Currently, Honorable Chairperson, we are doing at around 61.7. So we are above this threshold by about 6.7%. So just to make sure that we are within the limits, Honorable Chairperson, we are saying that we'll allow the National Treasury, the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury, that within the next 5 years to bring this ceiling back to 55%. And this is now within 5 years, Honorable Chair. And we have also put another clause, just as a way of ensuring that this House oversights public debt, that every year, Honorable Chairperson, that the Cabinet Secretary Treasury will be expected to submit an annual report to this House by 30th April, so that this House is updated in matters public debt, and at the same time, Honorable Chair, that with that kind of report, we will be able to inform the budget-making process. So, Honorable Chair, I move. Thank you.
Thank you. I now propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chair. I'd like to give the leader of majority the first go, because you had a similar.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chair, and I rise to support this amendment. Honorable Speaker, as Vice Chair to the committee has indicated, this particular amendment seeks to do a number of things. One is to establish that threshold. Since one of the objectives of the bill as I was moving, I indicated, was to move from an absolute figure to a percentage of our GDP. And we want to set that threshold at 55% of our GDP in net present value terms. Honorable Speaker, the committee, and I must thank the committee, engaged with the National Treasury on this particular matter and found it important, one, that there be a reporting mechanism to the National Assembly, such that whenever the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary is bringing his annual estimate books, he also brings to the National Assembly a report on the debt status. To Honorable Speaker, recognizing that already as we speak, and we have not shied away from stating facts as they are, that we are already in the red in terms of our public debt. And therefore we must give the National Treasury some headroom and some time to be able to bring down that public debt from the high of 60 plus to a low of 55%. And that is why the committee has agreed that we have a 5-year transition period, that beyond those 5 years we must maintain our public debt at no more than 55% of GDP, Honorable Speaker, in present value terms. 3, Honorable Speaker, or Chair, appreciating also that if you have a very rigid threshold or ceiling at 55%, anything could happen. For instance, in 2020, Honorable Speaker, between the month of February and March 20th, the first case of COVID-19 was reported in this country, and I remember from some airline, a number of passengers, and within a period of less than 3 months, the entire economy here and globally was on a shutdown. Honorable Speaker, anything like that could happen. There are also instances, Honorable Speaker, like now, the war in Ukraine and Russia, the inflation in the US and in the other Western economies have occasioned a situation in the global economy where the exchange rates, the shilling against the hard currencies, the shilling has hugely depreciated. And even without borrowing an extra shilling on your net borrowing, Honorable Speaker, you find that your debt has grown probably by another 40 billion shillings because of a movement of 1 shilling against the dollar. And therefore, to cushion that, Honorable Speaker, we are saying, under very exceptional circumstances, then we give the National Treasury a headroom of another, what we are calling plus or minus 5%. But the committee found in their wisdom that minus 55 plus or minus, you are still good. So you are below 55, you are okay. But plus 5, we give them that headroom of another 5%, which is only accessible to the National Treasury under such exceptional circumstances. And Honorable Speaker, they must also bring it to Parliament. And Parliament, and in this case the National Assembly, being the owners of the past, must be notified, Honorable Speaker. And I have concluded, Chair, and I want to support and urge members to support these particular provisions because they also safeguard the role of Parliament in ensuring that we check on our public debt levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Shakil Shabir.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this amendment is trying to make some difference on a very bad situation. But at this present moment in time, we're already 62.5%. So we are actually saying that we're putting a debt anchor at 55%, but we are 62 point something percent. However, I think it's very important that we make it clear cut that even if this is going to be put together, because there are certain countries that work on 55% and they work on the net present value. However, there are other calculations that go in hand with this. You know, we accountants are very, very innovative with figures, and you'll find that the Treasury will become more innovative with figures. I think it is very important that instead of the 5 years, that this particular recommendation goes with a proviso.
Order members, we really want to finish with this business, and it's headed to the Senate.
Okay.
So we want to take very short time. Limit it to 2 minutes, and those who are leaving, I would kindly urge that you stay in the House. We'll be very quick on the next one.
Sorry, it goes with the proviso that everything must be sorted out within 2 years, not 5 years. Thank you. 2 years.
I will give only 2 more, then we will move on. I'll give Honorable Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, we are speaking to the possibility of this country managing its debts. If there is something that can really destroy a development process, it is the debts. Even at a personal level, Honorable Speaker, it is not very easy. But this opportunity is being timed, according to this particular amendment, to reporting back to Parliament. I very well remember what happened in the last government. We allowed the then government to move from percentage to absolute figures in terms of debt. And they never reported back to this House. I am happy to hear from the leader majority that the government is committed to be coming back to us and telling us this is what we are doing in terms of debt management. Because unless we manage debt properly, we will never get there. Honorable Speaker, I support the amendment.
Chair, Honorable Shuri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I support the amendment. And what we, sorry, you'll forgive me. And what we have done is we have asked Treasury, to lower the debt capacity of this country from, we are at 64 at the moment, and we have given them 5 years to bring it back to 55%, which is the level that we feel our economy can carry. So I think this is a very good amendment, and I stand here to support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Elachi, 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. I also stand to support, Chair, knowing very well that as we bring in this amendment, it means we are bringing back the power of Parliament to ensure debt now in this country is controlled. And Madam Chair, you realize this is money always removed from the consolidated fund, and therefore it's very important for Treasury also to appreciate, as we allow this in these 5 years with the new finance bill that we have just passed. Madam Chair, people will want to see. If Kenyans would see a record where we are saying our debt is reducing, Chair, everyone will appreciate as they pay tax. Thank you.
Honorable Kamuren.
Thank you, Chair. I also stand to support the amendment because of the situation that is going on in this country. The way life is becoming very difficult. Such amendments will give an opportunity to the Treasury to adjust it to the dynamics of the new changes as a result of the climate change. So we support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Wandeto.
Thank you, Chair. I also rise to support this motion. And Chair, the only thing I would like to add is, from what my colleagues have said, other than the provision to ensure that the Cabinet Secretary comes back to this House every year to report on the debt status of the country, I would also urge this House to consider a portal whereby we can be able to disclose all the loans that this country owes to foreign lenders, both domestically and internationally, because this has been a rather contentious issue where we have loans that were taken very many years ago. Some are not being serviced at all. Some have accumulated to astronomical amounts. I am aware, Madam Chair, of a loan that was taken in this country, I think of about 1 billion shillings, and now has accumulated to about 48 billion shillings. And if we have these sort of disclosures, it will ensure that we can keep a very, very good tab on our debt situation in the country. So I rise to support, I rise to especially endorse the fact that now we have set it in GDP as a percentage of GDP in real terms and not nominal GDP, and the fact that we have also ensured that the Cabinet Secretary will be coming to this House to report on the status of debt. I rise to support.
Thank you, Honorable Makilap.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whereas we were part of the committee that public debt, we protected, Madam Speaker, situations where Treasury was to absorb powers of Parliament. And if you look at the amendments that we put in place, we made sure that there is independence of Parliament, not to be run over by National Treasury. And looking at like the issue of reporting to Parliament, we make sure that Parliament and separation of powers are actually retained in this particular amendment that we've done. Madam Speaker, as a mathematician, we found that if you say plus or minus 5, anything below 55 is safe. It is safe for borrowing. So we believe that this is an applicable international standards. Many countries all over the world are now moving towards, are actually practicing the debt anger rather than the numerical figure. So we believe that this will open a space for this country. If there is fiscal discipline within government, they will be able to borrow within sustainable.
2 minutes maximum. Honorable Mbadi.
Yes. Thank you. Madam Chair, whereas the committee's amendment has improved the situation, which was very bad, where we were simply legislating, we would have simply legislated to surrender our power to the executive, but I still find that the committee should have gone a step further on 2 grounds, and that is what I'll say and sit down. 1, this idea of allowing plus 5%, I don't even want to talk about more or less, plus 5%, when it comes to money matters, you cannot tell someone spend 55%, but you can go up to 60. You don't do that. The moment you do that, you have already given that person the blanket check to go, blank check, to go to 60%. So this is wrong. Number 2, what are these exceptional circumstances? You have not defined the exceptional circumstances. I want to tell this House that this clause is going to be abused by Treasury and the government, and there is nothing we will do, because we have already given them the blank check to go beyond 55% and come and claim exceptional circumstances. This House would have done better by specifying what these exceptional circumstances are. My final comment, Madam Chair, if the Treasury is genuine, let them bring amendments to the regulations to define what exceptional circumstances under which they can go beyond 55%. Without that, Madam Chair, I would guarantee this House that all...
Before the Leader of Majority, Honorable Mureu.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the motion of basing our borrowing of the debt anchor based on the GDP on real times. And why I'm saying that, Madam Speaker, is because international standards of borrowing are not about numerical figures. They are purely based on scientific numbers to support the borrowing. Number two, Madam Speaker, I want to support the fact that all the borrowings will be coming before the Parliament for approval. So at least, Madam Speaker, sir, we avoid the story about the Eurobond, whereby we borrow for consumption, and therefore it's upon the Parliament, Madam Speaker, sir, to ensure any borrowing goes towards development and not consumption. I support, Madam Speaker.
Leader of Majority, I presume you've already done the information to Honorable Mbadi.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I did offline, but it's good to just indicate because there is an issue Honorable Mbadi has raised on regulations. And he knows regulations are subsidiary legislation and they will come after the enactment of the act or the bill into an act. And therefore, rest assured, Honorable Mbadi, and I will be here with you, just like we have been here before with you. And you know, when I commit to something, I mean business. We shall hold the National Treasury to account.
Thank you.
Never again shall this country be allowed to slide to where we are today because either the National Assembly or Parliament has failed to do its work. Myself and Honorable Mbadi, I am certain, and the Honorable Shurie, the Honorable Makali Mulu, we shall be here and we shall hold them to account to ensure that we do not abuse that particular provision. Thank you.
You have made your point, Leader of Majority. I now put the question that Clause 6 be amended as proposed by the Chair. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question before I put the last question on that, the amendment by the Leader of Majority has been dropped now that that for the Chair has been carried. I now put the question that Clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I propose the question that Clause 7 be part of the bill. Mover, Honorable Makali Mulu.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I move that the bill be amended by deleting Clause 7 of the bill as published. Honorable Chairperson, the bill as published proposes that the same office I was mentioning earlier, the Public Debt Management Office, which is an office under the CS Treasury, is still being suggested or being proposed to advise Parliament. And then on the same basis we deleted Clause 4, we are proposing that we delete Clause 7 so that Parliament still remains independent and we can make our decisions, matters public debt, without interference from any other quarter, because this is a responsibility of this House. I move, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. I propose the question that Clause 7 be deleted as proposed by the Chair. I would like that if you have interest on this specific issue, you put an intervention. Honorable Dende Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I support holistically this bill, definitely because we need to tame our borrowing. And as you have seen, and every person have seen, we are actually leading from the front, even starting from the President, because we cannot continue to dig the hole of borrowing, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, also, the issue of disclosure is very important when it comes to borrowing. We have seen in many African countries, like we recently saw in Zambia, where a president assumes power, but Honorable Chair, there is a huge discrepancy between what is reported as public debt and what actually is public debt. And some of these circumstances are not very good for economies, Honorable Chair, and that is the reason why I support this bill in entirety. I also support the amendments to align it, Honorable Chair, to be a better bill in terms of supporting that sphere that we are supporting. But in conclusion, I just want to reinforce that issue of disclosure, Honorable Chair. And to my opinion would be, even as we deal with public debt
public debt should be as public as the debt itself. Since the debt is public, everything around it should be public. The projects to be undertaken to be public, Honorable Chair, so that we can be able to also audit what these debts do as the Kenyan public also. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Oyula.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this bill. Madam Chair, I want to support these amendments that have been introduced in this bill. However, Madam Chair, I want to caution this House that it's very difficult to bring down the level of public debt, and particularly the domestic debt. So the committee charged with this responsibility will have to work very closely with the committee, with the debt committee, so that every borrowing is monitored, and the reduction is also monitored very closely. Otherwise, Madam Chair, I support the amendments.
I now put the question that clause 7 be deleted as proposed by the chair. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Mover, Honorable Makali Mulu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I move that the bill be amended in clause 2 by deleting the definition of financial obligation appearing in paragraph B and substituting therefore the following new definition. Financial obligation means outstanding liabilities related to public debt, including principal, interest, fees, commissions, and other expenses incidental to the raising of public debt or its repayment, and shall be a charge on the consolidated fund or another public fund established by the national government or any of its entities. Honorable Chairperson, it was a strong feeling that whatever had been defined in the bill was not comprehensive enough, and so we wanted to make sure that we have a financial obligation definition which captures all the issues related to repayment of public debt. So with that new definition, Honorable Chairperson, I move. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makali Mulu. I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that title be the title to the bill. I now put the question that title be the title to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover, kindly move reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that committee do report to the House its consideration of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
I put the question, which is that committee do report to the House its consideration of the Public Finance Management Amendment, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker. Who is the Speaker?
Order, members. Order, members. We will proceed on the Committee of the Whole House on the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, National Assembly number 23 of 2023.
Clauses 2, 3, and 4.
I propose the question that clauses 2, 3, and 4 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 2, 3, and 4 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Mover, the Chair Budget Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 5 of the bill be amended in subclause 7 by deleting paragraph D, E, F, G, H, Honorable Chair, and that the first schedule to the bill be deleted and replaced with the following new schedule as it appears.
Order, Chair. We are on clause 5.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I move that clause 5 of the bill be amended in subsection 7 by deleting paragraph D, paragraph E, paragraph F, paragraph G, and paragraph H, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Those willing to speak to this kindly indicate via the intervention button. Honorable Njeri Maina.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as we speak, and I really wholeheartedly support additional allocation to county governments, but as we speak about giving county governments additional funds, Honorable Chair, this House must relook into oversight of county governments, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, and I want to speak candidly, and I'm not speaking only about Kirinyaga County, Honorable Chair. We know that our healthcare sector was devolved when we got the 2010 Constitution, Honorable Chair. If you go to those hospitals in our counties, they're in a terrible state of affairs, Honorable Chair. We must also enable and ensure that we have looked into...
Order, Honorable Njeri. Do you wish to be informed by Honorable CNN?
No, I do not wish to be informed.
Order, Honorable CNN. Continue.
Honorable Chair, I am an advocate of the High Court. There is nothing that Honorable CNN can inform me that I do not know. Honorable Chair, we must ensure that we ruthlessly oversight county governments, Honorable Chair. There's a lot of pilferage, a lot of wastage, Honorable Chair. And we must ensure that Senate has the capacity to interrogate whatever is happening in county governments, Honorable Chair. And it cannot be said that when we ask questions of oversight, we are fighting governors, Honorable Chair. This is our government. It is a government for the people of Kenya, and we want to ensure that we execute the mandate that the President promised the people of this nation, Honorable Chair.
Thank
you.
I
want to call us to ensure that we look into that so that we can strengthen democracy in this nation. Thank you.
Honorable members, maximum is 2 minutes. Honorable John Makali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, for giving me this chance. First, I must say I support the amendments, specifically because when you look at the amendments, we are giving money for provision of fertilizer subsidy. This is very, very important because agriculture is a key plank of our government. And equally, for industrial parks, these are things that are going to give our people employment, our jobless youth employment. I support it. But I want to point out, Madam Speaker, that county governments are now 11 years old. We have been giving this money for leasing of medical equipment. We have had very, very many accountability issues in respect of medical equipment that has been leased. Otherwise, I wholeheartedly support that.
Order, members, do not be tempted to debate. We did that in second reading. Speak to the amendments specifically. Honorable Kawanjiko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to support the amendment proposed by the Chair Budget, but to ensure that we put more allocation to the county government, and so that at least they can be able to execute their mandate given by the 2010 Constitution, Madam Speaker. But on the same premise, I will also want to state that the county government should be more accountable with the resources that we are sending to the counties, to make sure that at the end of the day, the things that they're supposed to be doing, especially on issues to do with health, on issues to do with more resources within
the members at the door, take your seats. Chair, Honorable Whip, take your seats.
I therefore support Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Donya Doris from Kisii.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support Honorable CNN, please. Why I support this is because when county governments have been funded and their resources added, we must see value for that money. When I go to Kisii County, I go to any of the hospitals, I must feel it by having medicine, everything done in order, even the personnel. Water structure in Kisii County must be felt. We no longer want to see women going to the river when devolution has come to us. So I support and thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this particular amendment, in particular with respect to Homabay County, where, as you can see, we have several conditional grants for medical equipment, 124 million, industrial parks, 250 million, fertilizer subsidy, 165 million, and for livestock, which I think is also 14 million. Madam Speaker, Homabay County is well endowed agriculturally, and I think with the current administration under the able leadership of Governor Wanga, these particular grants will go a long way to help us realize our agricultural potential, as well as nascent industrial park. In fact, we are very happy with these additional grants, and we look forward to working very closely with the national government to actualize the benefits that our people will get. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mizigi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I also stand to support the amendment. And most of it, we have seen sometimes counties struggle here and there for lack of resources. And Madam Chair, as I support, I call for accountability to the resource that we are going to add to the country, to the counties. So, Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity, and I stand to support.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 6, 7, and 8.
I propose the question that clauses 6, 7, and 8 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 6, 7, and 8 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Schedules. First schedule.
I propose the question that the first schedule be part of the bill. I'm informed it has an amendment. Chair, budget, move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would wish, Honorable Chair, I beg that the first schedule to the bill be deleted and replaced with the following new schedule as it appears, Honorable Chair, on the order paper. The essence of this, Honorable Chair, we had budgeted for 4.7 billion Kenya shillings that was to go to industrial and aggregation centers. Honorable Chair, the essence of this was to allocate 100 million in each of the 47 counties. That is why 47, each getting 100, was coming to 4.7 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Chair, being a responsible government and being a responsible committee, we saw it fit, Honorable Chair, not to have very many multi-year projects. It is better to have few that go maybe to a turnaround period of around 1 year maximum. And therefore, Honorable Chair, we scaled these aggregation sectors from 47 of them to 18 of them, and thereby enhancing the amount we are according per each from 100 million to each getting 250 million. Honorable Chair, I want to wish, and I wish to make clear to this House, that all the 18 have already budgeted for the 250 million, which is counterpart. The way these aggregation centers are being implemented is that GOK, the national government, gives half the money, and then the county gives half the money, or matches a shilling per shilling. And therefore, Honorable Chair, the essence of this amendment is to reduce the aggregation centers from the initially budgeted 47 to 18, so that you are able to implement an entire aggregation center within one financial year, and all the others that are not going to benefit in this financial year's allocation, they are all assured to get the same amount of 250 million in the next financial year. And therefore, Honorable Chair, I move. And the 18, just for honorable members to note, when you go to the order paper and you go to the schedules, you are able to see a column D with 250, 250, 250. Those are the counties that are getting the allocation for this financial year. 31 of them had already indicated that they have the budget of 250. But again, as I said before, we want projects with a little turnaround time. That is why we are getting fewer for more.
I propose the question that the first schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Owen Baya.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you, Honorable Chair, and I want to thank the Chairman for Budget for considering the aggregation centers and putting the 250 million, and also fertilizer. And for the first time, I want to say that, Honorable Speaker, Kilifi County and other coastal counties have money for fertilizer. But I also want to note that it is only the coastal counties that have been denied money here for the aggregation centers. I do not know whether it is by design or by default. Yes, because coconut is a crop, cashew nut is a crop, big size is a crop that comes from the coast. But Honorable Chair, and I would like Dindi Nyoro, Rahab Mukami, if she can be asked to interfering with the chairman. Chairman Dindi Nyoro, I would like you to listen, so that you may give
Honorable
us...
Owen, address the chair.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Chair. Through you, Chair, let the Honorable Dindi Nyoro listen, that somehow, I don't know by default or by design, that the coastal counties have been denied money for aggregation centers. It is actually at the cost that we need these aggregation centers. That, Honorable Chair, this is also bad politics. That my county of Kilifi has been denied aggregation, Kwale has been denied, Taita Taveta has been denied, Tana River has been denied, and all these counties are come from the coast. And I do not think that is good politics. I would request that we amend this and give, even if it's 100 million, to the So, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I would like to move an amendment, and I would like to move follow the procedure. I know the procedure, but I also want to note and be put on record that it is not good politics for the people of the coast.
Honorable Baya, you know you cannot do that.
Yes.
It is under Article 114. It's a money bill issue. So, honorable members, I will now put the question that the first schedule be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question. Order, members. Order. Honorable Makilap, order. I now put the question that the schedule as amended, that the first schedule as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Second and third schedules.
I propose the question that the second and third schedule be part of the bill. I now put the question that the second and the third schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Fourth schedule.
I propose the question that the fourth schedule be part of the bill. Mover, Chair, Budget Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, I wish to move that the fourth schedule be deleted and substituted therefore with the following new schedule as it appears on the order paper. The essence of this, Honorable Chair, is that lately we discovered that some of these projects could not be devolved, Honorable Chair, because their level of implementation was already too high. And Honorable Chair, these are basically issues around public health, and as members are aware, some of these issues under public health are not just domiciled within counties. They cut across. And therefore, Madam Chair, that is the reason for this amendment, so that we align with that what cannot be devolved. And also, it appears on the public health and other sectors that we deemed will not be correct in regards to the implementation for those particular projects to be devolved. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Order, members. Honorable Kiborek, Honorable Didmas. Order, members.
And
order, members.
Honorable Chair, as I sit, just to clarify to members, Honorable Chair, the other issue of 250 million per county, this is not an issue of the committee. It was agreed upon by IBEC and Honorable Chair, and therefore the governors are quite well aware.
Order, members. I propose the question that the fourth schedule be amended as proposed by the Chair. Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I want to support the amendment, but even as I support Honorable Chair, what I wanted to say is, in situations where not all counties are benefiting, it is important we mainstream regional balancing, so that we appear to be considering all the regions. Because I've seen, like the whip was saying, we were talking about costs being not considered. So it is important we have regional balance for situations where the grants are not going to all the counties. I support Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Dido Raso. Microphone.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, while I support this, I think we need to be very careful. Based on what Honorable Baya there asked, that we must be clearly saying where is this money going and what is it doing. Because if we are going to aggregate money to counties, as if these counties are doing the same thing, as if they are in the same levels of development. So for that reason, I think whereas this thing is already a done deal, and I don't want to challenge the chairman on this, but I think going forward, we really need to sit down as a house to agree before the horse has bolted. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ekomas Mutuse. All right, Honorable Elachi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I also want to support the amendment and to appreciate that, Chair, as we always say that counties are unique and dynamic, and therefore I also agree that it is important if we don't realign and really state what the money is going to do. That is how you find a lot of wastage, Chair, in the counties. And you and I know that if senators are not going to realign some of these things, as many of our colleagues have said, in regional balance, we again are going to have a lot of conflict for nothing. So, Chair, as I support, it is important for us to appreciate. We need now to understand when the monies are allocated, what are they supposed to do? Thank you.
Honorable Nyamai.
Thank you, Chair. I support this amendment, Honorable Chair. But I would also like to add that let the counties that are benefited now give an opportunity to the other counties through the committee so that they may benefit. I noticed that Kitui has benefited through the livestock chain support project. Although the money is little, as it is indicated in the schedule, I think it is a step in the right direction. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Miruka, are you intending to speak on this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this bill, and I want to additional monies to the counties is an advantage, as a privilege for our people to benefit, but I wish the governors realize the importance and implement this. I can see Kisii County has benefited in this, around 38 million in livestock, but also, as Deputy Majority Leader said, I can see my county share budget is missing in the industrial park. I wish you will allocate others like Kisii to benefit. Otherwise, it's a good idea, and I stand to support.
Thank you. Member for Nairobi, Honorable Pasaris.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like to say that ever since we devolved the counties and we started putting resources, the impact of that devolution has not been felt really. If it had been felt, then we wouldn't have had the number of hustlers that we have. The one thing that I like as I support the allocation to the counties is the matching. When you ask the counties to match, then you're actually telling them to own responsibility, because it's such a shame when donors give us grants and we don't match, then we're not able to fulfill them. So my only request is to the counties to actually do the job that they have to do, because if the counties fail, the national government will also fail. Thank you.
Order members, I now put the question that the fourth schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the fourth schedule as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover, Chair. Mover, Chair Budget Committee. Move reporting.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House's consideration of the county government additional allocations bill, that is National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
I put the question that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the county government's additional allocations bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Chairperson, on the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Public Finance Management Amendment, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023 and approval of the same with amendments.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that apologies. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report and request Honorable Makali Mulu to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Makali Mulu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do second, and as I second, Honorable Speaker, I just want to assure Kenyans that issues of public debt, which are issues of concern to Kenyans, this House is going to make sure that we are going to oversight public debt to a level that where the debt will be taken by this country, we will make sure that it benefits Kenyans across the country. I second.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. The question. Honorable members, I now put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I call upon the mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Finance Management Amendment National Bill number 16 of 2023 be now read a third time, as I also request the Honorable Joses to second. Honorable Speaker, even as I move, let me thank members for their perseverance, and as the Vice Chair of the committee has said, to assure the people of Kenya that even as we engage on the finance bill, we did assure them that we were moving and approving the finance bill to ensure, one, that we are able to secure our country from the pit of public debt that our country was gotten into. And the surest way of ensuring that we don't continue to borrow irresponsibly is to ensure that we are generating adequate revenues internally so that we are able to finance all our appropriations without having to unnecessarily borrow. Let me request, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, the Honorable Joses to second.
Honorable Speaker, I second that we don't, we move from the debt ceiling of 10 trillion to a percentage of 55% of the GDP net present value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Public Finance Management Amendment National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023 be now read a third time.
Put the question.
Let me put the question. I now put the question. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum in the House for the purpose of decision making, honorable members, I therefore put the question, which is that the Public Finance Management Amendment National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023 be now read a third time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Public Finance Management Act and for connected purposes.
Chairperson, on the second bill.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
The mover of the bill.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, that is National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023. I also request the Honorable Member for Gatanga, who is also doing a very good job in Gatanga, the Honorable Wakili Moreu, to second this motion. The House MP.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion to add more money in the county assemblies. Madam Speaker, in the spirit of devolution, we intended to ensure that development evolves from bottom at the counties going up. And Madam Speaker, sir, I want to second this motion because allocating money, especially on aggregation, in the counties is the way to go to ensure that our farmers get the value for their money, make sure that we create employment at the county levels, and ensure that development comes from the counties. I second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I propose the question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, that is National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023. Yes, Majority Leader?
Honorable Speaker, now that I didn't contribute in third reading, allow me, Honorable Speaker, to just mention two things. One, on the county aggregation centers, that as much as we are allocating all this money, Honorable Speaker, to the county allocation, aggregation and value addition centers, we must, as members have said, ensure that all our governors, not just in these 18 counties that are getting money this time, but even the other close to 30 counties that will get money in the next subsequent financial years, that they utilize this money to the benefit of the people in the counties. These aggregation centers must not be avenues for further corruption. We are not devolving corruption from the national government to our county governments, Honorable Speaker. Two, Honorable Speaker, you will notice that there are 5 counties, the county of Kilifi, Kwale, Lamu, Mombasa, I think, and the Tana River, and the Rakanithi, Honorable Speaker, that 10 years after the advent of devolution are yet to get their county government headquarters completed. Honorable Speaker, as much as you may indulge the governors, because many of these projects were being implemented through the national government, through the Public Works Department of the Ministry of Housing, we must speak to the Public Works Department in this country, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that these 5 counties do see to the complete, the 5 county headquarters are completed. Honorable Speaker, if you go to Kathwana in the Rakanithi, a huge monument of shame rests in Kathwana Market of a building that was started over 10 years ago at the advent of devolution. It is very embarrassing, Honorable Speaker, that today the governors of these 5 counties continue, some to work from rented premises, others from very dingy offices, Honorable Speaker. Well, huge resources have been allocated to completion of those county headquarters. And I want to ask the chair budget, during review of the budget implementation of 2023-2024,
to take the Public Works Department to task to ensure that these 5 county headquarters are completed and the people of those 5 counties can enjoy services from offices that have been built through taxpayers' money, Honorable Speaker. And I beg to support.
Thank you. The Honorable Gitonga Murungara, member for the Raka.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the third reading of this bill. And let me confirm that and thank the Honorable Chairperson and the Committee for Budget, because Kadhwana, the county headquarters of Tharaka Nithi, has been allocated 103 million. It is true that that office, as stated by the Leader of Majority, has been standing there as a monument for the last 10 years. We hope now with the 103 million, we will move the speed and complete that edifice so that the county headquarters can truly be realized. There is a problem with the execution by the Ministry of Public Works, and therefore, administratively as a government, we should consider how this money is going to be reach the county and be used for purpose. I support.
Thank you, Honorable Murungara. Honorable members, I put the question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the County Government Additional Allocation Bill, that is National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the county government's additional allocations bill, that is National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, be now read at that time. I also request the very able, articulate, and knowledgeable Vice Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, the MP for Teso South, to second that motion.
Thank you, Chair, for that very, I don't know what to say. I feel humble. Thank you for that introduction. Speaker, I second the motion. And as I second, allow me say 2 things, because I didn't get time to speak during the second reading. Honorable Chair, I support this bill, and I want to speak on one of the aspects, especially the one reducing the number of the counties. Reducing the number of counties to where the aggregated centers, industrial parks, are going to be implemented. And Speaker, this is in line with one of our resolutions during our, when we tabled the budget, the Budget and Appropriations report, where we said that it is important for us to pick on a few projects, fund them properly, and shorten the completion period so that there is value for money, as opposed to pursuing all of them, allocating very little money, and then they take too long to complete. So the fact that we are reducing from 47 to 18, and we're able to allocate more money, that guarantees a shorter completion period, and therefore benefit to the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, I also want to speak about the fertilizer, and I'm just finishing up with this one, that it is important, as we give these additional funds to the county governments, that stores must be established in every sub-county, because our farmers have to travel for long distances to only that one store within the county for them to be able to access fertilizer. So I am sure these members, honorable members, are ready to partner with the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure that we have stores in every sub-county. Madam Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the county government's additional allocation bill, that is National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, be now read a third time. Before I put the question, honorable members, I will give the Honorable Makilap. Is it, did you intend to? I will put the question. You may take your seat. Honorable members, having confirmed that we have quorum present in the House for decision making, I therefore put the question that the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, be now read a third time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of Parliament to provide for the additional allocations to county governments for the 2023-2024 financial year, the responsibilities of national government and county governments pursuant to such allocation and for connected purposes. Order number 11, motion, ratification of the amended Nairobi Convention and the Protocol for the Protection of Marine and Coastal Environment of the Western Indian Ocean from land-based sources and activities.
The Honorable Charles Kamuren, are you in the House?
Yes.
Oh, please proceed to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry, Mining on its consideration of ratification of Amendment Nairobi Convention and the Protocol of Protection of Marine and Coastal Environment of the Western Indian Ocean from the land-based resources and activities, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th May 2023, and pursuant to the provision of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, approves the ratification of Amendment Nairobi Convention and the Protocol for Protection of Marine and Coastal Environment of the Western Indian Ocean from the land-based sources and activities. Honorable Speaker, the amendment of Nairobi Convention and Protocol for Protection of Marine and Coastal Environment of East Africa region was submitted to the National Assembly and consequently committed to the Department Committee of Environment, Forestry and Mining for consideration and report to the House. Madam Speaker, the National Convention and the Protocol for the Protection of Marine and Coastal Environment of the East Africa region was adopted on 21st June 1985 to develop, plan and coordinate and cooperate on the protection and sustainable use of the coastal and marine environment. The Convention and the Protocol was adopted on 31st of May 2010 as an amendment of the Nairobi Convention alongside the Protocol for the Protection of Marine and the Coastal Environment of the Western Indian Ocean from the land-based sources and activities. The ratification process was approved by the Cabinet during their meeting held on 12 May 2022. Madam Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Article 118, 1B of the Constitution on the Public Participation and the Section 8(3) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, the committee placed the advertisement in 2 local diaries of the national-wide circulation on 16 December 2022, requesting for submissions of memorandum on the subject. The committee did not receive any memorandum in support or not supporting the convention by close of the business on 8 January 2023. Madam Speaker, the committee held a consultative meeting on the convention with the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora, and the Office of the Attorney General. Madam Speaker, While considering the convention, the committee made the following observations. One being, the amendment of Nairobi Convention seeks to approve and to support the development and implementation of sound marine resources management, protection and conservation, which will define sustainable land use, support of social economic development, ensure environmental sustainability, and provide strategies to deal with conservation, urbanization, transportation, agriculture expansion, and other threats. Madam Speaker, adopting this convention in Kenya settings will ensure the development of such sound research and development, reliable technology, promote cooperation and collaboration to identify critical ecological and biological significance areas in the coastal area. Madam Speaker, ratification of the amendment convention will enhance the achievement of goal number 14 of the Sustainable Development Goal, which will seek to conserve and sustain use of the ocean, seas, marine resources for development, for sustainable development. Madam Speaker, the amendment takes into account emerging issues and threats of both global and regional levels, particularly those that have implications of the management of the coastal and marine environment. Madam Speaker, the convention provides a mechanism for regional cooperation and collaboration by contracting parties to address interlinked problems facing the coastal and marine environment. This convention, Madam Speaker, will require Kenya to make some subscriptions of US $45,302. This amount is currently in arrears of US $226,510. Further, Kenya has benefited under the National Convention, under the Nairobi Convention, Kenya Coastal Development Program in capacity building as well as enforcement work to prevent bench erosion, pollution, and marine litters from the land-based pollution sources and activities. Madam Speaker, as per Article 2.5 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, provides that the general rule of international laws shall form part of the laws of Kenya, while Article 2.6 of the Constitution provides that any treaty or convention ratified by Kenya shall form part of the laws of Kenya. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, number 45 of 2012, the National Assembly may approve the ratification of the treaty with or without reservations. Madam Speaker, on this, it is important to note that there is need to have provision of allowing for amendment while necessary by the committee while considering the convention or the agreement. Madam Speaker, the treaty does not provide for reservation, but the amendments are for the interest of Kenyans. The procedures for approving of treaties is outlined by Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, was adhered to as the convention was submitted to the Speaker of the National Assembly together with the memorandum of the committee conducting the public participation. Having considered the submissions and analyzed the document tabled and pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, the committee recommends that this House approves the ratification of the amendment, Nairobi Convention and Protocol for Protection of Marine and Coastal Environment of the East Africa region. I beg the House to consider and adopted this, I want now, Honorable Speaker, to request Honorable George Murakara, the MP of Tharaka, being known as the most senior member of this House, to second.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really doubt whether I'm the senior most in this House. I have other quite senior members who are here, including the member for Kwanza, the Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi. He must be doing about his 4th term, and that's not just a joke. I'm just doing my 2nd term. Madam Speaker, allow me kindly to second this motion. And let me begin by thanking the Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining for a job excellently done. This is exactly how the law is supposed to be made, that when our government goes out there, enters into a treaty, a convention or agreement, it then brings it to the House, and we conduct a public participation to confirm that what we are just about to do is acceptable to Kenyans. We've been told that there were adverts in the papers, in spite of the fact that maybe most people never understood what it was, and there were no comments. The law, the Constitution, was actually complied with. A convention is similar to a treaty, an agreement, international agreement. And therefore, pursuant to the provisions of our Constitution, once this House ratifies that particular convention, treaty or international agreement, it becomes part and parcel of our laws. And this is why we have to go back to 1985, where we had such a good convention which was not ratified and which has been lying with us, and pursuant to the new Constitution, we have to ratify the same today, and therefore it becomes part and parcel of our legislation. It's vitally important that we protect our marine resources, and this is what this convention is trying to do, especially from land activities. Man is a destructive creature. What he does most of the time is to destroy the environment, whether it is land environment or marine environment, through his well-known activities of agriculture, industry, and habitation. Whether we are doing farming, we are actually spraying with the chemicals that are injurious and dangerous to our marine life. When we are actually doing industry, we are polluting our seas and oceans, such that marine life in this aquaculture environment is actually threatened and sometimes destroyed. Habitation, when we are living, we know very well that in some areas we do not have proper sanitation facilities. And as a result of our own lives' habitation, we pollute our seas, our lakes, our oceans, and other water masses. So with such a law, it's vitally important to emphasize that we are trying to protect our oceans, especially the Indian Ocean, one of the biggest resources this country has. We thank God that we are Kenya with a very vast coastline bordering the Indian Ocean, and the only thing we need to do is exploit that ocean well, and Kenya will definitely become richer than it is. Why then do we have to conserve? We must protect our wealth in the seas, and this is why we have the Blue Economy Ministry, a very important ministry that was created the other day. We also have in this House a committee on blue economy, because we are bent on ensuring that all our marine resources are exploited to the fullest to the advantage of Kenyans. Through this convention also, we are actually trying to ensure that what we do on our land is protective of the sea. How do we do this? We ensure that we have agreeable or acceptable agricultural practices. Let us not use chemicals that are dangerous to life to spray our crops. We must have standards that are acceptable, not just only in Kenya, but worldwide. When we also do our industries, we must have a way of ensuring that waste is properly disposed. Some countries are known to use the sea as disposal areas. Thank heavens that in Kenya, we do not do this, and we do not intend to do it, but we have to have proper disposal mechanisms of our waste when we are doing our industries. Even in habitation, we have to make sure that we live lives that are friendly to our land and also friendly to our seas and oceans, such that we do not dispose our own waste, our own refuse into our oceans, but we ensure that we have one of the cleanest oceans or ocean neighborhoods known in East Africa. And thank heaven, so far so good. That is why Kenya is attractive to tourists, because they say our beaches are conducive to tourists, they are attractive, and they are therefore what these people would want to come and see here, and in the process, we are able to make a buck or two. What actions do we take now once this becomes law? Let us protect our oceans from illegal fishing, because we know for sure there are people who come in here away from our territorial waters to exploit our resources, overfish, and do anything else that is not conducive to our ocean. Let us also ensure we do not pollute our ocean. We know very well, if we are not careful, we do not protect, there are people out there who would want to dump their waste, whether oil or whatever it is, in areas that are not claimed by anyone, including the international territorial waters, and those pollutants are actually swept by winds into our oceans to the detriment of our own country. Therefore, as I second this, I wish to urge the House to adopt and ratify the convention. Number two, to also emphasize that it is vitally important to protect our Indian Ocean from what we do here on the land and what we do in that ocean. It is the only ocean we have. Once we mess it up, once we kill the tourism industry, the country will just live to regret. I know I come from a constituency away from the Indian Ocean, and I may not be able to directly attribute what benefit my people of Tharaka constituency get from the Indian Ocean, apart from a historical epoch that we are told once upon a time, we actually emigrated from the ocean, the coast, to where we live today. But that notwithstanding, once we protect our environment, including our marine environment, we are likely to have better exploitation. There will be people employed who will work in those marine areas, and I'm 100% sure some of those employees who will economically gain from this conservation will be from the Raka constituency. Therefore, this is a motion, this is a convention that is most suitable, not just to our coast neighbors, but also to everyone other from every corner of the country. With those very many remarks, Madam Speaker, allow me to second the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I therefore propose that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the amended Nairobi Convention and the Protocol for the Protection of Marine and Coastal Environment of the West Indian Ocean from land-based sources and activities laid on the table of the House on the Thursday, 4th May 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the amended Nairobi Convention and the Protocol for the Protection of Marine and Coastal Environment for the Western Indian Ocean from land-based sources and activities. Member for Buri.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to join my colleagues in support of this motion on rectification of the marine, as it is indicated on the Protocol on Marine, Nairobi Convention, and the Protocol for the Protection of Marine and Coastal Environment. Madam Speaker, Kenya stands to gain quite a lot by ratifying this convention. One, we will be able to take advantage of the growing global marine and coastal protection management technologies that other countries are using to protect their marine and hence causing the coastal region to have a sustainable development for the future. Madam Speaker, I also state that Kenya will be able to benefit from the sound research and development and the lab technologies that will ensure that there is collaboration with the other countries that have entered into this convention. Madam Speaker, just like Honorable Murugala said, we are sitting on a very important economic activity, the blue economy, for tourism, for income generating, and for future sustainability of our resources so that our children and our grandchildren will be able to see what other animals and ecosystem that was there in the earlier times. Madam Speaker, if we let exploitation, erosion, and pollution of the Indian Ocean, we will be doing a lot of disservice to our economy and to our environment. Madam Speaker, we are all aware there is a lot of farming upstream, particularly in the rural areas, and when it rains, a lot of water goes to the ocean. And on its way, it carries with it a lot of wastes, a lot of materials that are not desirable, and polluting the Indian Ocean. Madam Speaker, it is common sense that a country that cares for the future will adopt this convention. And Madam Speaker, as we sit here as Member of Parliament, it's upon our responsibility to ensure that we protect our environment, Indian Ocean being part of it. I therefore, Madam Speaker, state that this is a very important convention that the Kenya should have entered into, and we stand to gain quite a lot more if by joining. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The only member standing on my left, Honorable Steve Mogaka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your wide eyes that have seen the length and breadth of this House. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this very noble motion seeking ratification of the amended Nairobi Convention that seeks to protect our marine environment, particularly in the coastal region. We all know that the environment is universal, and we are all the children of the environment. The cleaner the environment, the healthier the children and human beings and animals, the fauna and flora that live therein. I am particularly excited because this convention was conducted in our great city in the sun here in Nairobi. And I want to congratulate my country for being a destination for such a high voltage international environmental law that seeks to protect everything living that is in our oceans. And indeed, in creation days, God gave us Mother Earth, which comprises of our lands and the water bodies. And the Indian Ocean is one international body that generates a living and economy for many, many sectors and many, many people who live adjacent to the ocean. I also am particularly excited that the protocol does not only protect the marine environment, it also protects the coastal environment of the entire Western Indian Ocean. And it is also requiring us who live on land, Watokabara, that whatever we do on the land does not endanger the fauna and flora that makes the marine environment. All of us know that our coastal town, Mombasa, being the gateway to East Africa, is one economy that competes like no other, even if other coastal harbors are trying to do catch-up. It is important that once we protect this environment, then we are guaranteed of a lot much more fish, a lot much more boating games. We are guaranteed that if our children went to visit coast and went to swim in the ocean, they are not going to swim on infected waters, but very clean waters of the Indian Ocean. And it is because of this, I want to urge that this protection does not only get limited to the Indian Ocean, but covers all our entire water bodies. We all know that our inland lakes are endangered, and even flamingos are moving from their traditional habitat because the waters in the inland lakes are polluted and are dangerous to fauna and flora. I want to thank the committee for doing a very excellent job, because as a lawyer, I know that whenever a treaty has been ratified by a country, it automatically becomes a law in this country. I am happy that we have not left it loose to operate by way of the signatures in that convention, which by and large was done by members of our executive. Our legislature, the 13th Parliament, will go in the annals of history as the Parliament that put its ratification on this international law that will guarantee protection of every living thing within our Indian Ocean and indeed our inland water bodies. That is the reason why, on behalf of the people of West Mugrango, many of whom are living at our coastal town, I support this motion and thank this committee and Madam Speaker for giving me this gracious opportunity. Before I say it, may I wish our Muslim brethren a very happy Eid holiday, and wherever they are, let them know, even as the Christian community, do join them in celebrating their great day tomorrow, and may Allah protect all of us, protect our great republic, and protect our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mugaka. Allow me, before the next speaker, to recognize several students seated in our galleries. St. Angela Academy, Webuye, Bungoma County. They are seated in both the public and the speaker's gallery. And Bondeni Elite Academy from Bureti, Kericho County, seated at the public gallery. On my own behalf and of the members, we welcome you to observe the deliberations of the House. The next speaker will be the member for Marsabit, Honorable Naomi Wako. Kindly, if you're not willing to speak to this, withdraw your card from the screen. Member for Kiamba, Honorable Kawanjiko.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I like to support the ratification of the amendment of the amended Nairobi Convention and the protocol for the protection of marine and coastal environment of the Western Indian Ocean from land-based source and activities. Madam Speaker, I like to support this ratification, and especially on issue relating to our Indian Ocean, and especially the things, the blue economy in our country is the next big thing. We have seen the advantages of making sure that our ocean is protected and made clean by all means possible. We have seen some companies big companies, international companies, whereby they direct all their wastes from their factories and the industries towards the Indian Ocean. We must rise to protect our marine, Madam Speaker. And by this, it is also beneficial to us, even as a country, by making sure that our environment is clean. The kind of economy boost that we normally get from the Indian Ocean and from the blue economy, because apart from fishing that takes place in the coast region, we have also witnessed a lot of fishermen who benefit from this Indian Ocean or from this ocean, Madam Speaker. And by that, we are able to satisfy and also to put, the fishermen are able to put food on their table, and also they're able to take care of their families, because at the end of the day, this is where they get their living from, Madam Speaker. And therefore, any motion or any work or any effort should be put towards protecting and making sure that we have we make sure that we safeguard our ocean, you know, from environmental hazards that affect the marine, you know, ecosystem, Madam Speaker. Apart from the fishermen who benefit from this ocean, we have also have tourism that has really become a boost into our economy, Madam Speaker. You realize that majority of the people who come to visit our country, we have issues to do with the exchange rate as we speak, Madam Speaker. We are really trying to look for dollars. It has gone up to about 140 shillings because for the last maybe 2 years, because of politics and the general election that we have been having in our country, probably we have not attracted enough tourists to come and visit our country, Madam Speaker. And by that, there are jobs that are created by this ocean directly and even indirectly, Madam Speaker. And with this, we are able to boost the kind of jobs creations that we have seen the president the other day stating that he's really working hard to make sure that we have people who are going to do jobs inside the country and even outside the country. And by that, he has also promised to create more jobs, more than 1 million jobs every single year. And even as you heard, as we are reading the budget, Madam Speaker, you realize that we have really put a lot of resources in jobs creation. About county aggregation centers, we have also set aside money for internship, Madam Speaker. This is part of what will boost the president's agenda in terms of creating jobs for our country, Madam Speaker, and even for our young men and women within the Republic of Kenya. Therefore, when we protect the marine and make sure that our ocean is clean, we also boost the tourism sector, whereby I'm the Vice Chair. And by that, we are able to create more jobs directly and even indirectly, Madam Speaker, by ensuring that the marine are protected. Some of us from the people with the normally call people from Bara, we always plan to go to Mombasa because we'll have a good moment with your family. We'll have a good oceans beach which are clean, Madam Speaker, and therefore you are able to celebrate and even to relax as you watch the waters, Madam Speaker. So if we protect more this ocean and we protect and make sure that we create a clean environment for every tourist who come to visit our country, will find a clean area and a clean environment, Madam Speaker. By that, we'll be able to continue boosting our tourism, making sure that we take care of the marine and ecosystem that is within the ocean, Madam Speaker. And by that also, we will also be able to boost. We have seen snorkeling. We have seen what we are calling almost the 11th wonder of the world, you know, what they are calling whale migration, Madam Speaker. And by all these systems, they are helping us to attract tourism and also at the end of the day also to boost the marine ecosystem, Madam Speaker. And I therefore support this motion that we need to protect. We need to be very serious in terms of environment, taking care of our environment. We were even discussing even the work that the county government are supposed to do, ensuring that they take care of our environment because it is a devolved function. We should also support them in one way or the other. Madam Speaker, I think my microphone is still on. We should also make sure that we create and we clean our environment because this is the only area and the only world and the only place that we have to live. Therefore, I support this motion. It has been ratified in Kenya. And therefore, it means a lot to our government, because we cannot be rectifying some of these amendments and then we fail, to push them, even in terms of making sure that we registrate and make sure that these are followed. And so that even if it become a law, and the moment we rectify and we join the other countries to make sure that we protect the Indian Ocean, it becomes a law, Madam Speaker. And I therefore support this ratification. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Njoro.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Though today I'm speaking in base, allow me to support the ratification of the amended Nairobi Convention and the protocol for the protection of the marine and the coastal environment of the Western Indian Ocean from land-based sources and activities. Madam Speaker, allow me just to support my colleagues that right now we are talking about even the pollutions in our oceans. Therefore, standing here to support this one, we also thinking about the future. Therefore, I'm standing here on the interest of the way the representative from the committee has said that we have all of us seen the matters of climate change, and including when we are talking about the climate change, we have seen the pollutions, and therefore, when other countries are also having such a treaty, it is with the purpose of making sure that we protect even our blue economy. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I find it very crucial, and on this point we also support and appreciate the work which the committee has done in relation with bringing it here. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I thought of supporting it, and thank you for the position you have given to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Manyata.
Honorable Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to support the ratification of the amended Nairobi Convention and the Protocol for Protection of Marine and Coastal Environment of the Western Indian Ocean from land-based sources and activity. And Honorable Speaker, I'm happy that this is the House that has done this ratification. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say it loud that this House is standing out as a House that is very conscious when it comes to issues environment. And Honorable Speaker, also our President and the Executive is also not being left behind, because, Honorable Speaker, we have been following keenly on what His Excellency the President has been doing out there, creating a name for this country as the biggest champion of the issue of climate change and what is supposed to be done for the future of our generation. Honorable Speaker, this ratification has come at the right time. When, Honorable Speaker, if we continued with just mismanagement and recklessness in the use of our marine resources, we could have left nothing to the generations that are coming after us. And Honorable Speaker, the fact that the countries that surround the Western Indian Ocean area, all of them are part of this treaty, Honorable Speaker, is something that is very encouraging. And Honorable Speaker, we know very well that we have not benefited fully as a country by being part of the Indian Ocean, Honorable Speaker, because we have had countries that have used our resources because we are a developing country, but themselves are developed. We have had cases where even fishing is happening in Indian Ocean from places as far as China and Japan. And Honorable Speaker, we are left with just the ocean to look at it without the resources benefiting us. Honorable Speaker, I welcome the issue of sharing of the information by these countries so that they can be able to monitor the ocean and ensure that it is able to be beneficial to our people. Honorable Speaker, this ocean should be fully utilized. And I say that knowing very well that we have even a challenge, a big challenge of water in this country. And Honorable Speaker, I heard a member being criticized because a member said we need to start pumping water from Indian Ocean to be able to irrigate our expansive land in Ukambani, Tana River, going all the way to the coastal region of this country. And Honorable Speaker, I think part of benefiting of the ocean resource should be looking at how we can invest money to get a lot of water that can be unsalinated and ensure that it is used to irrigate our land and we can be able to feed ourselves. Honorable Speaker, the issue of fishing is also an issue that we need to be in control of. And we need to take control of it as a country and also as the countries that are aligned to the western side of the Indian Ocean. And Honorable Speaker, as we support this motion, I want to congratulate His Excellency the President for really standing out tall as the climate ambassador of Africa and ensuring that these things that we are talking about here, Honorable Speaker, are actually things that are going to make this country be well known internationally, courtesy of what we are doing. And this motion has been passed at the right time because, Honorable Speaker, this is the house that is going to ensure we set the pace for the future of our generations to be able to enjoy a better climate, a better ocean, a better beaches and everything, Honorable Speaker. And I beg to support this ratification. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Marsabit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to support this motion on ratification of the amended Nairobi Convention and the protocol for the protection of marine and coastal environment of the Western Indian Ocean from land-based sources and activities. Madam Speaker, as a country, this motion or ratification of this motion helps us in many ways, and our support to it in terms of supporting the motion and also investing in it as a country will take this country very far. Number one, we need to clean our beaches, and I'm sure all the people who travel all the way from wherever they stay to Mombasa enjoy our beaches and swimming and doing activities around there. It is quite refreshing to see God's creation at its best. And so it is good for us to see how we can avoid pollution of our beaches and see how best we can use our beaches and the Indian Ocean. Madam Speaker, the ban of plastic papers and anything plastic has helped our country so very much, because since the ban, the country has improved in terms of taking care of our environment, and it has improved because people are more careful now, and we enjoy the clean environment as a result of that, the ban of plastic materials. And if we continue doing that, I'm sure our country will improve a lot. Again, Madam Speaker, we need to protect the blue economy. You know, that is where the wealth of our country lies. And sometimes when you talk of blue economy, it refreshes even your mind, and God blessed this country in many ways. And that is why we need to take care of our environment. When it comes to fishing, sometimes it is embarrassing when as a country we import fish, and yet God has blessed us with all that we need, with all the resources that we need. We need to take care of our ocean, of our lakes, and our environment. Again, I want to congratulate our president for giving directives that we need to plant so many trees. And in my own county, where we've had a lot of drought and challenges as a result of that, we are committed to planting trees in all schools, in all institutions, so that at least we can take care of our environment, take care of our health as a result of that, and also revive the tourism area. Marsabit is one of the places that has all the wildlife animals, and with good environment, we'll be able to take care of our wild animals, our environment, and improve in many ways. Madam Speaker, once we do that, then we'll have also helped the country in creating lots of jobs for our young people who are stranded, who have finished their education, and they just stay at home with their certificates. So once we take care of our environment, we protect the beaches, we protect the ocean and every area, and then we take care of our tourism area, we'll be able to create jobs, we'll be able to take care of our health, we'll be able also to grow our economy through that. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I support this motion and will also play a big role in improving our environment. Thank you.
Member for Borabu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to support. Madam Speaker, it is very interesting, and I would have thought that a lot of our members of Parliament from the Coast region would have been here to actually support this, because this is their livelihood. This is not about the environment alone. It's about their livelihood and our livelihood too. Madam Speaker, if you traverse our beaches, you can actually see that the north coast of our region, down in Mombasa, and the south coast have very big differences in their beaches. The south coast, the beach is quite serene, it's quite white. In fact, you need to wear goggles. The north coast is a totally different story. Secondly, Madam Speaker, it is very interesting that there are hotels in the 80s and the 70s that were beach hotels. Now, they are second row, as in the ocean moved further and created land. And the hotel that was a first row now is a second row. That being the case, people have started encroaching on what was actually the ocean. And as they say, the ocean may come back to reclaim itself. That is why I support this particular motion, so that interference on land-based resources should be limited to what we used to call the high water mark. Whether the ocean recedes or not, that was the high water mark, and it should be respected for ages, because one day the ocean will come calling. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the motion. I believe it's of national importance. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Emuru Adikir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, also for getting this opportunity to support this motion that deals with the ratification of the coastal. Just getting a little bit the ratification of the amendment which was done in Nairobi about the coastal waters. Madam Speaker, I wish to support this particular motion, Madam Speaker, because as much as we are considering the land mass being very useful and important, both for human and animal activities, we must equally consider also the waters, the coastal waters, as very, very important, both for human and also for animal activities. Madam Speaker, apart from the benefits that we get from the coastal waters, we also have the leisures, and even it's one of the sources of food. But when it is not properly looked at, Madam Speaker, it can also turn into source of trouble. Madam Speaker, remember, even the terrorists access the countries through the high seas. And therefore, it is very important when a country like ours signs the ratification, to be part of the agreements that allows the coastal regions to be actually put in that perspective. Madam Speaker, we get, like what my colleague has said, when you look at the coastal region nowadays, even the tourists that normally visit those places, Madam Speaker, don't feel comfortable because of the climatic changes that has occurred in this country, in the whole world, and also because of the comfort that used to be there. When you go to the coast nowadays, Madam Speaker, the environment has changed. You find at some point it's very cold, more colder than even some regions which used to be very cold in this country. Sometimes it is so rainy that you don't even feel comfortable spending your time there. And Madam Speaker, as the time went by, the coastal region, most of the people have converted the coastal region into dump sites where they go and throw all manner of wastes, either in form of plastics, either in form of wastes from their homes, used matters. You go to the coast and you can't believe what is swimming or what are floating in the waters, Madam Speaker. I remember there was a time we used to have the most smelling part of the coastal region, that is Mombasa, and I'm happy the waste which were dumped somewhere, the dump site which used to be there has been converted into some good use. And that place nowadays, Madam Speaker, is very good. We need to actually do the same to the whole coastal region. And remember, Madam Speaker, Kenya is very lucky. It has several amenities, or it has several natural resources that most of the countries do not have. We have the longest coastal region, the longest coastline in Mombasa, and we also have some other, Madam Speaker, we are very lucky we have such kind of amenities in our country, but we must make good use of them. And therefore, I support this particular ratification because I believe it is going to change the image of our coast. It is going also to prevent fishermen from, or fisher ladies from other countries. But nowadays, people are fishing, Chinese and all manner of other fishermen and fisher ladies come to fish in our waters. Because this ratification had not been put to protect, that belongs to us, being reserved for us. But I think the insertion of this particular ratification will ensure that our waters will be protected, both from illegal fishermen, both from terrorists who might want to access our country, and so many other activities. Because Madam Speaker, we have several activities at the coastal region. I mean, at the high seas and the coastal waters, either trainings, either research, which are done by other countries. So this one, Madam Speaker, will ensure that whatever happens at our areas, at our waters, is protected. And whatever happens there happens with the knowledge or full knowledge of this country. Madam Speaker, tourism, which has been the highest earner in our country, had at some point gone down because of the threat of terrorism. And terrorism can only be avoided or evaded through working with other countries which have the same, which faces the same threat. This ratification, Madam Speaker, I believe is within that region will prevent terrorists from accessing our coastal regions. Madam Speaker, a member also had introduced a question, a debate on whether this water, this salt water of the ocean can be useful to our countrymen and women. Madam Speaker, there is what they call desalination, something like that, where you pump that water and then you just make it fresh water, and use it even for irrigation, use it for other home uses and all that, Madam Speaker. You imagine how much money we are spending on drilling boreholes and digging dams and doing a lot of water bans in the country, which at some point they dry up. So you can imagine if that water was to be pumped up country, how many farmers will get access to that water? Somebody talked about it as a joke, but as far as I understand, Madam Speaker, if we were to go in that direction, there are countries which are dying to have these oceans around their countries, and they have made use of the little lakes and the little areas they have, or the little rivers and lakes they have for the same purpose. So why don't we make use of this water for the good of our people? Madam Speaker, there has been also some menaces at the coastal region. Sometimes when you visit those particular areas, you find beach boys activities is also an employment opportunity, Madam Speaker, but sometimes they become so notorious. They follow tourists all the way until they can't even enjoy the sweetness and the happiness at the beach, because sometimes they become notorious. And I think if government was to put in place serious structures to allow these beach boys to work as a meaningful employment and know their borderlines, Madam Speaker, we can employ them and we can also use them to help us, like tour guides and all, like when you go to Masai Mara, Madam Speaker, and these other reserves and parks, they are tour guides and they are properly employed and they are not a nuisance to the tourists because they know what they are doing. They are showing the tourists where there are animals which they want to see, guiding them on where they are supposed to visit, etc., etc. So if we turn these beach boys that we have in the coastal region into meaningful tour guides, showing tourists best hotels, best places, times to visit the ocean, and all those manner of activities that happen there, they can be of good use. But when we leave them at the mercy of their own arrangements, they can be a very serious nuisance in the coastal region. Madam Speaker, just like what the member who just spoke right now, is that there are so many people who've also encroached the coastline to the extent that you find people have built even houses, private homes, hotels, and you find nowadays the beach side is not even conducive for serious tourists. It has become like a place for place for everybody. So, Madam Speaker, I support this.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Member for Mosop.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity that you've given me to support this motion on the ratification of the amendment of Nairobi Convention and the protocol for the protection of the marine and coastal environment of the Western Indian Ocean from land-based resources and activities. Madam Speaker, this is truly a great motion to support. Kenya is truly a blessed country for two reasons. One, to even have a huge ocean line like the Western Indian Ocean provides great resource to this nation. For a very long time, Kenya was considered as one of the best destinations for tourists to visit, especially our beaches. But over time, we have neglected the protection of the ocean, and the beaches have continued to deteriorate. And as such, Madam Speaker, this amendment is going to help us as a nation to look back on the resource that we have, especially fishing along the Indian Ocean. Many other countries come and take advantage of our resource. If we were able to focus on this blue economy as a nation, it will be able to change the, our GDP of this country. Because the fish that we have, that's in the Indian Ocean, is enough to feed most parts of this country and also to supply to parts of the world. But for some reason or another, the blue economy in this country has not been exploited. And as such, if as a nation, on this ratification, it will help us to reclaim our position as the best destination in the world to go. Because with other animals that we do have, the beaches that we have plays a major role. And as such, by investing in the blue economy, is going to create a lot of jobs, is going to bring back a lot of tourists. That will mean that we have a lot of foreign exchange in this country. And as such, Madam Speaker, I stand to support this motion, and I continue to challenge the ministry as well to continue to invest a lot of resources so that we make sure that we protect the auction from investors who just come in, take the fish away from us, and then just make a lot of money. But as a nation, if we continue to do what we are about to do, that means we are going to put a lot of resources to protect our beaches, to protect our environment. That means that Kenya will continue to be a strong nation that many people will want to come back and stay. And we'll provide, and I want to thank the President as well, because he has taken this as one of the initiatives during his presidency to make sure that the issue of climate change is taken seriously. And as such, ratification of this convention is going to also help us to make sure that we are protecting the climate, the environment, we are protecting our ocean, we are creating jobs for our youth and our people, and Kenya is going to gain more by getting foreign exchange, more tourists along the coast, and also coming to Kenya. So I stand to support the motion, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kisumu East.
Thank you. Hello. Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to support this motion. This is an obligation that we have to share with the international, our international partners. And it's good that we are now signing this protocol, or this particular ramification of the amendment of the Nairobi Convention and the Protocol for Protection of Marine. It is the protocol. Now, what are we going to do about it? What is the actual action? We are very good at signing protocols, very good at rectifying, but at the end of it, nothing really happens. Firstly, our oceans are completely polluted. We have now batches, Madam Speaker, we have batches of plastic going all over, round and round the world, and it'll come to our beaches, and it will inundate thousands and thousands, even millions of tons of this plastic that's going round and round the oceans, and also they damage our wildlife and our fish life and our marine life. So having this protocol is very good. To note the threats to the marine and coastal environment of Western Indian Ocean is a good thing, but what are our responsibilities? How are we going to ensure that we're able to look after our part, and how are we going to make sure that others are not going to come and pollute our ocean, take away our fish, damage our habitat, and get away with it? Madam Speaker, you know, some of the best fishing takes place between the Somali coast, Lamu, and here. But mostly they are the foreign ships from Bangladesh and wherever. Thankfully, you know, like Mauritius takes advantage of nearly 80 or 90% of its fish. We in Kenya hardly are covering 10% of the fish. The rest of it is being taken away by big trawlers from other countries. So we want to make sure that that does not continue to happen. Madam Speaker, as we are rectifying this particular agreement, we must admit, we must know that there is a big disagreement between ourselves and Somalia as to what is our ocean, what are the boundaries of our ocean. So when we're looking at this, we must also at the same time be able to demarcate what is the Kenyan territory, so that we can look after it and we can make sure that we have measures put together to stop pollution. Madam Speaker, we don't even have a boat. I mean, some of the boats that we have are small boats. We don't have the larger patrol boats which can go out and take action against people who are damaging our environment. We don't have even our navy is stretched. So there are a number of things. The convention, to sign the convention, beautiful. We do everything, that's very nice. But at the end of it, what are we going to implement? Our end of it. And how are we going to make sure that we can actually protect our oceans and make sure that the pollution that is floating around in the oceans, Madam Speaker, there's this, if you look at sometimes some of these documentaries, there's floating plastic, something like 15 square kilometers of it, and it goes deep, and that goes round the world. And if that one of those things comes and hits us in Kenya, we are done for. So we need to really be able to take action. We need to be able to track that particular disaster and make sure that it doesn't come, and if it's coming towards the Kenyan boundaries and Kenyan seas, we need to stop it. So we are very sure the ministry responsible for the implementation in regard with the Nairobi Convention, that's another one. What are we doing about it? The idea is we need now to take certain particular actions to protect not only Nairobi and our environments, but our forestry, our fishery, and the Western Indian Ocean. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would be remiss if not to mention Lake Victoria. And when we are talking about this, I wonder, it only is talking about the environment of the Western Indian Ocean from the land-based sources and activities. Can you see, they're really particularly targeting Kenya and the land-based sources. We would like to know also whether this protocol can be extended to cover Lake Victoria, which we share with our 3 partners, and also how we can make sure that our lake is not polluted in the same manner. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi naunga mjadala huu wa leo, na niweze kusema kuwa bahari ndio imeleta uchumi mkubwa sana katika taifa hili, na hii bahari ukiangalia imekuwa inadhulumika kwa mambo mengi sana. Tukiangalia watu wamekuwa wakitupa ndani taka, na ukiangalia zile chupa za plastiki zimejaa ndani ya bahari. Kwa hiyo mimi ningependa kusema tungeweza kuilinda bahari, tuweze kutoa zile taka ndani, serikali iweke mikakati muhimu ya kuweza kulinda bahari, kuhakikisha kuwa hata wale samaki walioko ndani ya bahari hawawezi wakadhurika na uchafu unaotupwa ndani ya bahari. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka niseme hivi, wavuvi wetu wamekuwa wakifa na umaskini, lakini unaangalia kule deep sea ndani ya bahari, yule mchina ndio ameingia na ile meli yake anavua ndani ya bahari, kisha zile samaki anakuja anatuuzia sisi kwa bei ghali. Mimi ningependa kuambia serikali tuweze kudhibiti anga zetu za bahari, tuweze kudhibiti sehemu zetu za bahari, ili hata kama wavuvi wetu wataingia baharini waweze kutuvulia sisi wenyewe samaki, waje wauze hapa na uchumi wetu uweze kuinuka. Hizi samaki ambazo zatoka baharini tuweze tukifanya packaging sisi wenyewe, hata tupeleke pia hayo mataifa ya kwao. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukingo wa bahari una mambo mengi sana ambayo waweza kusaidia wananchi ambao wanaishi katika kingo za bahari, hasa nikizungumzia ndani ya Mombasa. Tukiweza kuweka sehemu ambayo pengine watu kama wale Akamba craft wanatengeza vitu vya kitamaduni, wanapeta sehemu yao nzuri ya kuweza kuuza, kwa sababu ni sehemu ambayo inavutia watalii, na watalii wakija wakipata mambo mazuri yamezunguka bahari yetu, basi Kenya itazidi kuwa na uchumi mzuri hata katika utalii, na pia tutaweza kupata mazao mazuri katika wale wawekezaji ambao ni wadogo wadogo kama hawa Akamba crafts, kama wale wasanii wetu wanaofanya usanaa kando ya bahari, au wanauza nguo kando ya bahari ya kuweza kuswim, na mambo mengi mazuri sana ambayo yanaweza kufanyika kando ya bahari. Kwa hiyo mimi ningependa kusema kuwa tuweze kulinda bahari zetu, tuweze kulinda anga zetu za bahari, tuweze kuangalia ile pollution isiingie ndani ya maji. Meli zikipita, kuna meli mingine ambayo huwa yamwaga hata mafuta, unapata wale samaki wanakufa, unapata kunakuwa na mambo ambayo si sawa. Na ningependa kusema hivi pia Mheshimiwa Spika, tumepata kuna sehemu ambazo maji taka ya sewage yanaelekezwa ndani ya bahari, na haya ni mambo ambayo yanaleta madhara makubwa kwa wananchi, yanaleta madhara makubwa katika ile ecosystem, katika vile viumbe vilivyoko ndani ya bahari. Kwa hiyo ikiwa itaangaliwa vizuri, hata wale wanaoelekeza maji taka ndani ya bahari, na hii inatendeka hata ndani ya Mombasa, utapata sehemu kama pale Chuda maji taka yameelekezwa ndani ya bahari. Ukienda kuangalia Mheshimiwa Spika, inasikitisha. Watoto wanaingilia kuogelea pale na maji taka pia yameingia pale. Kwa hiyo tukiweza sisi kukinga zile bahari zetu na kuweza kumiliki anga za bahari zetu, basi sisi tutakuwa tunaboresha uchumi wa samawati, yani blue economy, na Kenya inaenda kuvuna mazao makubwa sana. Na tukiangalia uchumi samawati, hatuangalii tu basi hapa baharini kwetu, kingoni kwetu pekee yake, tunaangalia na wale wawekezaji ambao wanatumia bahari kuja kwetu. Wakipata anga zetu zimemilikiwa vizuri, ili wasiweze kutana na pirates, pengine kama alivyosema mheshimiwa mwenzangu hapa, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna wale ambao tuwaita ambao kuna utata katika anga zetu za bahari. Ikiwa tuweza kumaliza, tujue majirani wetu kama Somalia sehemu yao yafika sehemu fulani, ili wasiweze kutuingilia na sisi huku, itakuwa vizuri sana tukikinga anga zetu za bahari, ili tuweze kuvuna pakubwa ndani ya bahari. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimekuwa na wivu sana nilivyoona zile kuna boti zimepelekwa katika kaunti jirani ya Kwale. Na mimi nataka niseme hivi, serikali, wananchi wa Mombasa wanalia ngoa. Ikiwa mmeweza kutoa fishing boats kule Kwale, tunaomba na sisi wale wavuvi wetu wa baharini pale ambao wanatumia zile boats ndogo ndogo, ama wanatumia zile ngarawa ndogo ndogo kwenda kuvua samaki, na wao pia waweze kupata speedboat, na kama inawezekana serikali pia iweze kuwatengezea ile meli kubwa ya kuvua samaki, ili tuweze kuwapiku wale wanaovua samaki katika anga zetu za bahari. Licha ya yote Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mjadala huu, nasema bahari ni muhimu, bahari ni maisha, maji ni maisha. Na hata katika bahari pia sisi tuweza tukatoa maji tukasafisha, ikaweza kuingia katika majumba yetu, watu wakaweza kupata maji safi. Kwa hiyo muhimu ya yote ni kuwa na support mjadala huu Mheshimiwa Spika. Nasema tukinge anga zetu za bahari, na si bahari ya Mombasa peke yake, ocean peke yake, hata ziwa Victoria pia iweze kuangaliwa magugu yale yalikuja vipi. Tuweze kutoa yale magugu, ili hawa wavuvi wakiweza kuvua samaki, itakuwa sisi tuna chakula cha kutosha hapa Kenya. Wavuvi wetu wamefurahi, wananchi wamefurahi, uchumi umeinuka, na uchumi wa samawati ama blue economy utakuwa unasherekewa kila sehemu ya Kenya, kwa sababu pale ukiangalia port ndio inategemea bahari Mheshimiwa Spika. na bila bahari kuwa sawa, hata ile port mazao ambayo yanatoka pale pia hayatakuwa mazuri. Ikiwa hakuna security ama ulinzi wa kutosha pale ndani ya bahari, pia wale wanaoingia katika port zetu kuja kuleta mizigo na nini watakimbia, wataingia anga zingine, wataingia Tanzania, wataingia mataifa mengine, lakini sisi tutataka tuwavute upande wetu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo na support mjadala huu, na upigia patu na upigia pono, na vile ni mjadala wa nyumbani, nasikia raha sana kujadiliwa mjadala huu katika bunge hili. Kwa hiyo mimi namalizia hapa Spika nikisema naunga mjadala huu mkono. Asanteni sana na asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Mheshimiwa Zamzam, kila mwamba ngoma ngozi uivuta kwake. Haya, atakaye kufuata ni Mheshimiwa wa Kajiado Mashariki.
Madam Speaker, thank you for this great opportunity, for giving me the opportunity to also contribute my support to this motion on protecting our coastal line. Madam Speaker, protecting our coastal lines is a matter of national importance, and that's the reason why I support this motion. There should be a multilateral agreement and laws to protect our oceans. The law will allow us to protect our ocean from pollution and illegal international fishing and terrorism for that matter. Madam Speaker, many times we have heard about oil spills by tankers in oceans, and these could happen to us. It will be very important to have a law in place to hold polluters accountable for spills. Madam Speaker, we have also seen now and then a lot of garbage, such as plastics and garbage from other countries, spilled all over in the ocean and then end up in our beautiful beaches. So, Madam Speaker, it's very important to have a law to make sure that all these polluters who are polluting our coastal line should be held accountable with our laws. If you look at many other countries around the world, every country, at least a lot of countries, especially in the developed countries, they have laws to protect their coastal lines, and intruders are kept at bay so that they don't just come and spill whatever they want to spill, or throw garbage, or do illegal fishing. It is then important for our country, Kenya, to have its laws to make sure that they protect our coastal lines and protect our marine life, as well as protect, of course, fish for the benefit of our country and our people. Madam Speaker, therefore, you know very well that our coastal line, for example, in Kwale, in Diani, and South Coast and North Coast, it has been an important coastal line for our economy, as we see so many tourists troop into our coastal lines and our coastal regions to support our economy when they come here for holiday. It is so important to continue protecting our coastal lines, our beaches, to make sure that the tourists who come to our country, who support our economy, that they will be able to enjoy their time and enjoy swimming along the coastal line without all the garbage and polluted by illegal companies who comes around there and dump all the waste. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I support this motion that we should have a law to protect our coastal line for the benefit of the Kenyan people and our economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. There being no other interest on this matter, I will call the mover to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to reply, and I want to thank honorable members for the very relevant, positive contributions that you have made towards this, because coastal region is ours, and it's our duty to defend our resources. I want to thank your office, Honorable Speaker, and the office of the clerk, with all the ministries, that is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora, the Ministry of Forestry, Environment, and the Department of Mining, for the support that they did support us during this course. I want also to thank the members of the Committee of the Department of Forestry, Environment, and Mining for the sacrifice and their contribution towards the success of this bill. I want to say thank you, each and everyone, because this is our duty, and we have done it well. Honorable Speaker, having said all that, I want to request the Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 53.3, I requested that you defer the putting of the question to the next sitting. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Cameron. As requested, the putting of the question will be deferred to the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 12, motion, ratification of the Kigali amendments on the Montreal Protocol on the substances that deplete the ozone layer.
Honorable Cameron.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry, and Mining on its consideration of ratification of Kigali Amendment on the Montreal Protocol on the substance that deplete the ozone layers, laid to the table of the House on Thursday, 4th May 2023, and pursuant to the provision of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, approves the ratification of the Kigali Amendment on Montreal Protocol on substance and that depletes the ozone layer. Honorable Speaker, the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol and substance that depletes the ozone layer was submitted to the National Assembly by the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in a memorandum dated 29 November 2022, and subsequently committed to the Department Committee of Environment, Forestry, and Mining to process and report to the House. Honorable Speaker, the Treaty on Kigali Amendment on Montreal Protocol and substance that depletes the ozone layer was adopted on 15th October 2016 in Kigali, Rwanda, and the commencement of the occasions processes. The protocol was approved by the Cabinet meeting during the day 12 May 2022. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Article 118, 1B of the Constitution on Public Participation and Section 8.3 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, the Clerk of the National Assembly placed the advertisement in the two local diaries, of which is circulated nationally on 16/2022, requesting for submission of memorandum to the subject. And by 8 January 2023, the committee didn't receive any submission from the public by the close of that day. The committee held a consultative meeting, Madam Speaker, on this amendment of Kigali with the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, and the Office of the Attorney General. Madam Speaker, while considering the convention, the committee made the following observations. One being, the Kigali Amendment was adopted on 28th meeting of the parties on Montreal Protocol on 15 October 2016 in Kigali, Rwanda, to phase down hydrofluorocarbons, HFC, while Kenya was ratifying the Montreal Protocol. It is yet to ratify the Kigali Amendment. The amendment enters into force in January 2019. Madam Speaker, the Kigali Amendment is important legal instrument to this continent, as it will aid in the protection of agriculture sector, which is extremely vulnerable to climate change. The object of this instrument is also going to assist the existing legal frameworks that establishes national mechanisms and regulates the emissions of the greenhouse gases. The obligations imposed by the Kigali Amendment involves phasing down the consumption, production, and importations of these assets, which are not good HFC, worldwide, to protect the ozone layer from further duplications. That the development countries that are parties to this Kigali Amendment will have access to financial and technical support provided under this protocol. Madam Speaker, the amendment do not force any threats to our national interest, as they enhance the provision of Montreal Protocol, which Kenya already ratifies. Madam Speaker, the convention is consistent with the Constitution and promotes constitutional values and objectives. It does not allude to any amendment of our Constitution and does not require any, or doesn't require Kenya to formulate any other laws. The convention is complementary to the Climate Change Act, and therefore implementation will not be hindering any domestic law, Madam Speaker. Article 16 of Montreal Protocol establishes a finance mechanisms to provide financial and technical cooperation, including the transfer of technologies to support development, to support the developing countries to this protocol. By adopting ozone and climate-friendly technologies, there will be opportunities for job creation. There will be also more trainings on the same. Ratifying this treaty will catalyze realization of clean, healthy environment and aligned with the objectives of Kenya Climate Change Act 2016, thereby facilitating the realization of Article 42 of our Constitution. Madam Speaker, Article 2.5 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 provides that general rules of international laws shall form part of the laws of Kenya, while Article 2.6 of the Constitution provides that any treaty or convention ratified by Kenya shall form part of the laws of Kenya. Pursuant to Section 8.4, Madam Speaker, of the treaty making Ratification Act of 45, number 45 of 2012, the National Assembly may approve the ratification of the treaty with or without reservations. Madam Speaker, the convention does not permit any reservation. The procedure for approval of the treaties are outlined in Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012 was adhered to, as the convention was submitted to the Speaker of the National Assembly with a memorandum of the committee, conducted public participation. Madam Speaker, the convention is consistent with Article 69(1) of the Constitution, which provides the state as an obligation to eliminate processes and activities that are likely to endanger our environment. Madam Speaker, this is a very important ratification that we cannot do away, other than accepting for purposes of being relevant with other states. Therefore, I want to call Honorable Randiki Mukambi, MB of
Buhure to second.
Honorable Kamuren, do you mean the member for Buri, Honorable Ndikiri?
I said Buhuri. Honorable Speaker, I said Buhuri.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
That is correction. Thank you, the mover, Honorable Kamuren. I know where you come from. Pronunciation becomes difficult, particularly in times like this. Madam Speaker, I rise to second this ratification. Madam Speaker, as you can notice, is that this is within our constitutional framework and the domestic law governing such ratification. Madam Speaker, the mover has stated that they brought it to the attention of the public, meaning there was public participation and therefore adhering to the requirement for such ratification. Madam Speaker, this amendment is in line with Montreal Convention, meaning that now, as a government and part of the developing countries, we are now part and parcel of the Montreal Convention that gives Kenya a lot of advantages on matters of climate change. Madam Speaker, the degradation of climate, particularly importation, production, and consumption of substances that cause or are going to affect the ozone layer, where all drive the benefit of good air and lanes. Madam Speaker, we will be part of the global network that is focusing to sustaining the climate and the environment for the future. Madam Speaker, we need to be part of the global picture, which is going to benefit Kenya on financing, on technologies that are applied on monitoring on environmental degradation. Madam Speaker, this has come the right time because we are now part of the global network championed by our president. We all have heard him last week in Paris when he gave a very moving speech on what Africa can do in terms of development and in terms of climate change. Madam Speaker, we cannot be left behind. And I want to thank the government and Kenya Kwanza government for the law they have taken in championing the element of climate change, which includes tree growing and tree planting. Madam Speaker, we would like to say that this way we stand to gain, and therefore I second this amendment.
All right. I therefore propose the motion that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the Kigali Amendments on the Montreal Protocol on the substances that deplete the ozone layer, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th May 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the Kigali Amendments on the Montreal Protocol on the substances that deplete the ozone layer. Honorable members, before the first speaker, allow me to recognize the school seated at, should be in the public gallery, St. Martin Catholic School from Odhaya, Nyeri County. Welcome them to observe the deliberations of the House. The first chance will go to the member for Kisumu East.
Madam Speaker, I arise again to support the ratification of this particular amendment, the Kigali Amendment. However, Madam Speaker, we are very, very fast in rectifying. We are very fast in amending, and then asking for ratification from Parliament. The question really is, what are we going to do about it? What are the what are the implementation plan? How are we going to protect our ozone layer? Is somebody going to come and tell us, okay, we have got this, there is some finance available, and we want to go and do A, B, and C? I think sometimes we are taken in by all these rectifications of particular conventions, which are very, very important, without actually doing what is required for implementation. Do we have an organization or a unit or a department within the Environment Ministry who looks at and has results and keeps a record of the ozone layer, who keeps a record and looks at also the destruction of that ozone layer, and whether we have developed holes in the ozone layer above the Kenya atmosphere. And what can we do about it? And how are we going to get in and work with other partners in the international initiative to protect the depletion of the ozone layer? In countries, certain other countries, they have banned the use of refrigeration gas. I can't remember what it's called, Phrygian gas. Here, it hasn't happened. It isn't happening because, you see, we are behind time, and we are using those old refrigerators that are being sent to us from the dump yards of the Western world, and those also coming from the new ones which have not ozone friendly, and we are using them. What is happening to our air conditioning systems? Is that gas that is being generated from that, which damages the ozone layer? How are we controlling it? Is there a body who is going around and saying, hold on, your particular house or your particular organization is dumping into the atmosphere so much of the Phrygian gas, which is going to go and affect the ozone layer? I think I don't even know what to say, other than the fact that the idea is good. The implementation, unfortunately for us, I haven't seen, and I wanted to see how we can do. If you do not have implementation, all these rectifications, all these things come to naught. Somebody needs to look at this. In developing countries and other developed countries, there are groups, there are caucuses, and they are monitoring the ozone layer. I wonder, Madam Speaker, if anybody in this House even knows what is the content and what is the depth of our ozone layer, whether we are coming to a dangerous spot or are we covered? I wonder whether any of us even knows whether the ozone layer is a fixed layer above us, or is it a floating layer that goes right like air, goes round and round the world. So these are the sort of things that we need. We have the ministry, we have the Nuclear Energy Authority, we have so many other authorities. Why does not the Ministry of and the Ministry of Environment come up and tell us and do the same sort of thing they're doing for others, and saying, look, this is the amount you're disposing into the ozone, and it's damaging the ozone layer. These are the products that should not be allowed to take place, and these are our worst polluters, and the polluters must pay. And we have to put together also a proposal. Now, if there's an international fund which is helping us, or is available for utilizing effective measures to stop the depletion, are we waiting for foreigners to come and tell us, like they told us in the carbon credit? I never heard about carbon credit again. Some countries are utilizing carbon credit. We are selling our carbon credit at throwaway rates. We even don't know what carbon credits for Kenya amount to. So the ozone limit also works with the carbon credits, also works with other issues. So, Madam Speaker, as much as I say this is a good point and I support the rectification and the amendment thereof, I must raise concern that on the ground, our authorities are doing next to nothing to come and take action to protect the ozone layer that affects our country of Kenya and the future of our children. With those few remarks, Madam, I support with reservations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Florence.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And from the onset, I want to say that I support this motion by Honorable Cameron, who is my Member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, as most members have spoken before me, I agree that we live in a world that depends or is so independently that we cannot live in isolation from all other member states. I want to say that I was privileged 5 years ago to be a Member of Parliament of East Africa. And one of the key work we were doing as members of Parliament in East Africa was to harmonize most of the laws and ratifications across the region and mostly from member states, and also accepting the ratification that is done worldwide and globally accepted. Madam Speaker, listening to the mover, he was able to elaborate through the report that the ratification of Kigali amendments was very important because it gives us an opportunity as a country to play a role in securing most of the positions, especially on issues to deal with climate change, which is a real problem now in the world, to also take care of the ozone layer, which means the layer that being depleted every day because of the human activities, especially the industrializations that is ravaging all over the world today. And ozone layer is very important because it gives us the comfort that the planet Earth is protected through rain and avoidance of calamities like floods, droughts, and all those kind of things. Apparently, the nature plays a very key role in all these things. I read somewhere that says the presence of Sahara Desert in Africa is a blessing in the Amazon forest because of the cyclone that moves. And that is part of the ozone layer because in that interrelations, it shows that we are so interdependent in the nature on how the functioning of the climate works. And it is very unfortunate that nowadays we realize we human beings play a critical role, especially when we are in the speed of trying to make ourselves comfortable. We destroy the environment and we end up not protecting what is naturally given to us by God. And the ratification is giving us an opportunity as a country to be part and parcel of the society, to be part and parcel of the responsibility that we need so that we are able to build up into the global issues, especially ratifying that the substances that deplete the ozone layer should be looked into. And because it's already a law that has been ratified all over the world, Kenya is pleased, and this one I support, so that we don't also look like we are not part of these processes. Madam Speaker, the good advantage we have as a country is because we have our constitution that is very friendly. And as the Honorable Cameron puts it very well, that the section of the Constitution that allows the laws that has been ratified globally to be part and parcel of our laws is something that should be really considered, because sometimes it's so hard for you to go into nitty-gritty to look for ratifications. But that and that is why it allows that once our international laws is ratified, ratified in the globe, it is easier and it's going to be good for Kenya to adopt it. And that is why its presence in the constitution helps us. And this thing is not going to affect us. We don't need a lot of things. And also the most important part I picked is it is going to give us access to financial and technical supports. Because if you are not part of a process that is globally accepted, when challenges arises and you are not part of it, it's most likely going to affect you because you might not be having well-resourced, you are not be able to be well-resourced for you to take care of the problems that is probably occurring during that given time. The ozone layer, unfortunately, is mainly depleted by the first world countries. These are the countries that have high-end industrializations, and we play a key role because it affects us directly, as much as we are not beneficiary of those, mainly beneficiary of those industries, but it is because we are mainly part of this global world, we accept to take the ratification and be part and parcel of the solutions instead of being part of the problem. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Surrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving this opportunity to contribute on this motion about adoption of the Kigali amendments on the Montreal Protocol. From the onset, I support because matters to do with the environment, climate change, are matters very close to my heart. As a young man, I know I might suffer the consequences more likely than most members here who are elder than me. So I like to put it straight that my challenge would be, we'll pass these amendments and the laws, we ratify the Montreal Protocol, but the big question in the room is, what are we doing as a nation to try address this issue of climate change? I find it paradoxical that we keep talking about these laws and doing boardrooms and passing these things in so much English-laden discussions, but there's so little that's being done on the ground. Like in my county, the county of Nairobi, in my constituency, the issue of waste management has become like unmanageable. And you agree with me that waste management go together with matters to do climate change. Because even when we were young, we used to have compost pits in our compounds. And what we used to do, after accumulated all that garbage, we used to set it on fire, going further to depleting the ozone layer, as we said. So what are we doing as a country to try to address that issue? I find that most of these countries that have developed, or these countries that have been able to manage issues to do with waste management, quoting Kigali, Rwanda as a country, they have a very good policy about dumping. You can't go around dumping anything in Kigali. They have a very good policy, and this thing was from the onset. The mindset of their children and the mindset of their citizenry has understood the effects of climate change. And then they've used this philosophy of carrot and stick. If you're caught dumping, there's a hefty fine that you're fined. So as a country, it's time we wake up and address this issue once and for all, because this is going to be bigger than any other thing in the near future. We have a good policy about replanting, but also we support it. But you're also in a very advanced century where people are adopting modern technologies to deal with some issues. I find it difficult that even in the Americas, where they have huge tons of waste, they have adopted technologies of incineration when it comes to burning of this waste. And the incinerators actually emit very less carbon to the air rather than when you burn this waste. So I would also like to urge the relevant authorities to try and adopt new technologies that we are able, if it's the issue of maybe carbon credit farming, we come sensitize the people. There's always, in the middle of every confusion, there's always an opportunity. In the middle of every calamity, there's always an opportunity. We have very well educated
young men who are jobless. If these people would be educated more about carbon farming, carbon credit farming, I think we'd put our human resource to better use. We have very many educated people adopting modern ways of doing agriculture. This is a very big opportunity where they would be educated and they'll become great players in climate change. There's also this issue that we have in our schools. We used to have the Scouts movement, which was very effective. This, in the earlier years, it was very effective. But as of now, you can see the activities have dwindled in my constituency, rather. But these are people that would employ to be volunteers in the slums, in the villages, everywhere, to preach this message and to take this message deeper into the society, so that we can have a society that is very conscious of the environment it lives in. And it is only through the mindset change of our people that we'll achieve this. For example, Madam Speaker, in this country, we are around 50 million people. But you can take it to the bank that the polluters are around 49 million. And maybe only like 500,000 who are the ones who are concerned about the environment. We have people who are actually wasting, like throwing away waste, throwers of waste are the majority. The collectors are very few. So if we are to change the way people think, and people will become responsible in even their little ways, in what they do, in how they do their things, I think we'll be able to curb this giant problem of climate change, which has actually affected my area in so bad a manner that I really wish to engage the relevant authorities. I take them to my constituency. You see, the rivers are polluted, everything. Dumping is done everywhere, and the smoke in every area is because people are burning anything. So I support these amendments. I say it's a step in the right direction, but more needs to be done. More needs to be done. We need to bring this thing on the table, like on a very serious debate, so that we can move this country forward, matters climate change. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Murugara.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to support the ratification of those particular amendments to the Montreal Protocol. These are amendments that were actually made in Kigali to try and harmonize the Montreal Protocol to the African situation. Madam Speaker, I've listened to comments by the Honorable Shakir, and it is true, Kenyans listening to us do not understand exactly what we are talking about. But the issue of ozone layer is not new in our country. Honorable Nyikal, who is here, would actually correct my dates when I say the second president of the Republic of Kenya was invited in the UK to speak on depletion of the ozone layer somewhere between 1986 and 1989. And the late President Moi gave such a moving speech that he got a standing ovation, not just from the British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, the US President Ronald Reagan, and the other presidents who were there, but it was such a speech. So when he came back, Kenyans were astounded as to how President Moi, with his modest education, had known so much about ozone layer. Somebody from Nyanza by the name of Professor Ouma Muga confessed that he had actually written the speech himself. And that was the beginning of the fallout between the Professor Ouma Muga and the late President Moi. That's a little bit of history. Let's go to the science between depletion of ozone layer. The ozone layer being the space after the stratosphere. We have the aerosphere, stratosphere, then you move to the ozone layer, where certain gases, known as ozone gases, actually are domiciled. This is the zone that controls everything, including the ultraviolet rays of the sun, so that when they come and they reach the earth, they are in a regulated form, and they are not as injurious as when they are not regulated. The quickest effect to see what ultraviolet rays can do, fortunately, Africans do not get affected because of our pigment in the skin. But whites, wazungus, when they come over here and they start doing a lot of sunbathing, you have to see them oiling themselves to try and control that effect. The other effect, of course, is to our unfortunate disabled persons who are albinos, because they do not have that pigment which is supposed to control the race. So the problem we have, especially in Africa and all over the world, are with the two gases, the chlorine gas and the bromine gas. The atoms of these gases are so dangerous to molecules of the ozone that one chlorine atom would actually destroy over 10,000 molecules of the ozone. The effect is that if you continue releasing these gases into the atmosphere, then the ozone layer is destroyed or affected negatively, as a result of which now the sun starts taking its toll on the earth. What are the effects of destroying the ozone layer? Why do we insist that we should not deplete this ozone layer? Because if we do so, we will have problems in our own earth, Mother Earth. Number one, there is a rise in temperatures, because temperatures directly from the sun to the earth would be scorching. There would be no life if that ozone layer was not there. The next one, of course, is we'll have lack of rains, and in places where we have ice, the glaciers, these ones melt and marine life dies. Our crops do not perform well. Even our expectation of life goes down. So what are we called upon to do when it comes to protecting the ozone layer? We have to ensure that those toxic gases that are emitted into the atmosphere are controlled. It is known world over that one producer of those toxic gases are actually the glass houses. These are the houses where we grow our lovely flowers, especially in Africa, because we have to control temperatures in there and gases in there. But at the end of the day, after harvesting, we have to release these gases into the atmosphere. So we have to find better ways of doing our agriculture, so that the flowers we grow, which are loved all over the world, are not a source of problem to those who are here. We have also to control our industrial activity, such that whatever is emitted, the fumes that are emitted from our industries should not be poisonous, but should be what can be accommodated up there in the atmosphere, and especially to ensure that we do not move to destroy that layer. We've talked about carbon credits, growing of carbons. We had His Excellency the President talking about it in Paris, and he talked about environmental protection, including protection of the ozone layer. This is exactly what the world is moving into, to ensure that we grow, distribute and supply enough carbons which are able to cater for these gases, such that these are neutralized in the atmosphere. So what we need to do, as asked by Honorable Shakil, is we have to establish what these substances are. What are these substances that deplete the ozone layer? Once we know what they are, we have to move in as scientists in a scientific manner to tell everyone in the country we have to ensure that we protect our ozone layer the way we are protecting our environment, including planting trees. Because planting trees reverses most of this. Everything I've said as effects of destruction of ozone layer would actually be negated if we plant more trees in the country. Because some of the gases produced, including carbon dioxide, by plants, is a gas that protects the environment as it is converted into oxygen, which we use on the other side of life. So we have to establish this. and other measures, including nuclear measures, so that away from generating nuclear weapons, we should be moving away from this. Remember, one effect on the ozone layer was the dropping of the atomic bombs in Japan during the Second World War. Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The effects of those bombs are felt even to this day, including heat waves, which is what we've talked about, including sometimes they come across poisonous gases circulating. All this is attributed to man's destructive activities when it comes to dealing with nuclear atoms. So, in brief, I do support the ratification and adoption of these amendments. Let us move in through our relevant government departments to ensure that we do a lot more, including these carbon credits, to protect the ozone layer as we also protect our environment. In the Raka constituency, the rivers are drying up, and everybody is being told it is because of climate change. Surely those rural folks do not understand what climate change is, but we have to go with the simple language to explain to them that you don't go all over cutting trees, burning charcoal, and doing all other destructive activities. This is why you see your lives are becoming worse and worse every day. So I do support the ratification of these amendments to the Montreal Protocol. A protocol is the same as a convention, is the same as a treaty, is the same as an international agreement. All these ones are known by different names when it comes to different countries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tharaka. Member for Seme.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to support this for a much broader reason than just this. Africa is not doing well because Africa has not become scientific. Africa does not respect science. Africa thinks that political power can control science. Not possible. Political power must reside, must go with the laws of science. The laws of science are the laws of nature. Scientists don't create anything. They study nature as it was and make use of it. If they defy its laws, we suffer. And there's no better example than ozone. My colleague said, the history, if you are to write the history of ozone in Kenya, you will start with that famous speech, which Umamuga wrote, Professor Umamuga. He actually was asked within about a few hours before the president flew out, and he took himself, his secretary, went to his house, and before the president could travel, he had this document, and that document became famous. But that was the source of his downfall. Had he not written that speech, maybe things would have been different. And that just demonstrates why we must respect science. And everything we do in running our system, when a small young person is telling a powerful politician that this can be done in this way, in a scientific manner, it is not the power, that is not the power of that young person. He's telling you the power of nature. So that is really a very important reason. The late President Kibaki's actually, I've seen all these presidents actually. The late Mzee Kenyatta died when I was already a doctor. So I've seen all of them. But I've not seen any one of them that respected science and professionalism like President Kibaki. And once the technical people convinced him, no politician would change his mind. And actually he just cut the argument and said, wacha tufanye vile huyu anasema, hawa ndio wanajua, wacha tufanye hivyo, twende tukunywe chai. The argument is over. And so it is important. Another bit of history with President Moi and ozone was Dr. Stone. If some of you may not remember, a doctor, he wasn't a doctor, he was a fake person. He came into Kenya and was using ozone to treat virtually anything, treat HIV, treat arthritis, by actually running ozone through people's system using machines. And I had the difficult task of convincing the government that this guy was fake. We don't want to go into the investigations we did all the way to where he came from. But again, he did that because of what ozone does, and were giving people what was thought to be relief, but eventually they were dying. But having gone through that history which he brought to my mind, I support this because the Montreal Protocol is dealing with hydrofluorocarbons. Now, when we talk of climate change, many people think of carbon, carbon dioxide and other carbon derivatives that actually raise temperature. But another important component of climate change that is coming from our activities is that of hydrofluorocarbons or fluorocarbons. They are actually carbon compounds with fluorine attached to them. Fluorine is a very, very active chemical. And so what do they do? Why are we concerned about them? They deplete the ozone layer. So above the stratosphere, there's a sheet of ozone. And what is ozone? Ozone is actually oxygen, which is in a different formulation. Oxygen normally exists as two atoms in one molecule. But ozone exists in 3 atoms of oxygen in one molecule. That makes it also very active. And because of that, it protects the earth from radiation from the sun. It kind of absorbs some radiation like the ultraviolet rays. So if then we deplete that ozone, it is like taking that sheet out, and therefore all the radiations from the sun, it's not just the light that we see and all the various waves, will come right through to us, and actually they are very dangerous. Apart from just the temperature, they're actually dangerous to the skin. We'll have higher cases of skin cancers in particular. And plants and animals will be affected. And so if you imagine a place where there's high temperature because of carbon in there, and then no protection of ozone, it is extremely dangerous. So that is why we have to really protect ourselves. And then where do we use these hydrocarbons? Now, it is important to know that they're in a lot of use. As Honorable Sakil said, they are used in refrigeration. Refrigerants, those liquids, actually contain hydrocarbons. And also you find them in resins, you find them in plastics, which then are released into the atmosphere. But another common use, it is actually used as the propellant in aerosols. Anything that you spray, whether it is a deodorant, whether an insecticide, whether it is an agricultural chemical, they use hydrocarbons as the propellant, so that when you press, that hydrocarbon under pressure comes out, it contains the chemical that you want. So if you think of all the things that we spray, if you think of the refrigeration, if you think of the refrigeration in our hotels, if you think of the plastics, if you think of the resins, a lot of fluorocarbons are in the atmosphere. And so I think the Montreal Protocol, I haven't gone into the details, is actually curbing the use of that. I support it because when these things are done in these places, these developed countries have been into many negotiations. These developed countries actually make these protocols that actually favor them. And therefore, I liked these Kigali amendments because Kigali amendment was saying we face it out. They may actually have said, if you go, that by this time we must stop. They may be ready to stop. We are not. So it is better to face it out. So I support it because of that reason. But it will also need some money, some funding to actually phase it out? What do we replace it with? So this Kigali amendment, I like it because it also says, okay, if you're going to make a contribution to the whole world by phasing out our consumption of hydrocarbons, then you give us the support. So we get financial support for that. So for that reason, I also support it. I also support it, Madam Speaker, because it is in line with our Constitution. Article 2 says, whatever we pass here also becomes law. Article 16 says, 69 indicates that we must make effort as a country to remove things that are dangerous to the environment. It's also in line with the Climate Change Act, which is in our own country. It is also in line with the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, which we also is in our country. So I support that, but I think we would go ahead, as some of my colleagues said, and when we do that, we must actually set up a system, a department, trained people, so that first of all, we just document what are the sources of these fluorocarbons that we have, where are their uses, how can we change that? And then we must work out what is actually our annual consumption, and if you have to phase out, how do we do that? So with that, Madam Speaker, I think this is something that has come in good time, and I support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nyikao. Member for Marsabit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important motion on ratification of the Kigali Amendment on the Montreal Protocol on the substance that depletes the ozone layer. Madam Speaker, this motion and ratification has come at the right time, because as a country, we know how much we have suffered because of some of the effects of this. We are now good to support this motion so that we make all the difference that through this motion we can make as a country. Madam Speaker, as I said, this has come at the right time, and by doing this, we'll be able to take care of ozone layer, which protects us against so many calamities. And if we don't do that, then we will be able to suffer from different diseases, such as skin disease or skin cancer. And already, some of our people in this country have suffered from that. Again, I support this motion because of the advantages it has. It is quite clear that developing countries that are parties to the Kigali Amendment will have access to the financial and technical support provided under the protocol. We know as a country, we have suffered again because of our poor economy for the last many months, many years. And by getting access to financial and technical support of this, then we are sure that we will be able, of course, we have to commit as a country, and there is no way we can be able to progress without investing in this. But this gives us assurance that we will be able to benefit like just like other parties, and our country then will be able to have some financial freedom, and will be able to create wealth out of this, and our young people will also get the opportunity to be employed, because we know one of the challenges that we have as a country is that our young people are not employed, and they have gone into depression. Most of them have gone into depression as a result of lack of employment. Again, by adapting ozone and climate-friendly technologies, there would be an opportunity for job creation, as I said, trained refrigeration and air conditioning. We know that we have engineers who are trained in this area, and by adapting this, we will be able to give our people who are educated in this area, who have special skills in this area and air conditioning, they'll also be able to get some opportunity of exercising their skills and transferring their knowledge through this. Ratification of the treaty will catalyze realization of the clean and healthy environment. Madam Speaker, as we know that through climate change, many areas in this country has suffered a lot, including the county that I come from, and many northern part of Kenya. Right now, we do not have enough water. Most of the time, there is this the famine that keeps affecting us, and by doing this, then we'll be able to minimize some of these effects, and we'll be able to support ourselves in different ways. These amendments, of course, is important, as I said, and it provides the legal instruments for this continent, and it will aid in protection of our agricultural sector. Madam Speaker, agriculture is the backbone of this country, for this country, and of course, we are still suffering because we do not have enough food in our country. Right now, the government has allowed people to bring in white maize, to bring in rice, and to bring in food commodities. But if through this we can be able to improve our agricultural sector, produce enough food, then we will be able to take care of our citizens. We know very well that our agricultural sector is extremely vulnerable to climate change, but by doing this, then we'll be able to bring the transformation that is needed. Madam Speaker, when we were growing up, we used to depend on the rainwater for planting and harvesting any crop that you wanted, but today that is no longer sustainable, and that is why many people promote the irrigation of farming, and even that will not succeed if we are not committed as a country so that we can bring the necessary transformation that is needed in every sector in our lives. And with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Member for Kesses.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity you accorded me. I rise in support of the ratification of the Kigali amendment to the Montreal Agreement on managing the factors that deplete our ozone layer. Of course, as the way members have said here, and of course all of us, we have learned through our classes the importance of defending and protecting the ozone layer, which all of us, we know it is of importance to the living, to the living animals, plants in this earth. And at a time like this, with all responsibility bestowed on this honorable house, that we need to rise, all of us, and speak to it, that we don't live in isolation of the whole world. Whatever factors that are being undertaken in the pretext of seeking the profits, seeking the benefits that we pursue for our personal interest, we have to appreciate that to some extent, the extreme end of these factors, we focus on it, has got negative harm to our lives. And therefore, ratifying these particular arrangements is of importance so that all of us, Kenya included, we agree and arrive to a point that factors we are doing, issues we are doing, actions we are engaging, events we are undertaking, shall seek to standardize the releases that are going to affect our ozone layer. One issue that I would want to bring from my background of finance is the aspect of compliance and audit. The audits that we undertake on our institutions, both financial, should go beyond looking at the financial audits alone, but rather look at the compliance aspect. Because we have got a lot of agencies that are practicing on regulations, but we rarely listen or we rarely get the information from these particular audits as to what extent the entities and the concerns are putting in part of their goals or objective. That besides concerns being put in place or investments being put in place, how much are we restricted that your focus on your profits, your focus on your attaining your goals, how much do you care for your neighbor? How much do you care for the future generation? And therefore, us as country Kenya coming together with the whole world is of importance. The second option, or the second reason was why we have to ratify this, is also to look at the capacity that the first world countries have managed to reach. How do we share the information? How do we share the training? How do we share the capacity building? How do we ensure that we facilitate the young countries like Kenya or developing countries like Kenya, so that we put together proper structures that we are going to ensure the whole world will attain the acquired or the required standards, so that we ensure that we protect our ozone layer, we cushion ourselves against challenges that come across, droughts that we experience at the moment, lack of rains. Now we are crying lack of food in Kenya. For the first time, we have reduced this country to be net importer of food. Reason is no rains. Agriculture that is entirely depends on rains is now being affected. So we cannot keep quiet and wait for nature to change. It is all of us that we need to rise to the occasion. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Mover to reply.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to reply, and I want to thank the members for the very relevant contributions and the information that we have shared. I have come to discover, Honourable Speaker, that our members are very conversant on this subject, while majority of Kenyans don't understand. I want to say thank you. I want also to appreciate the support that your office has given us and the office of the clerk, with all the relevant ministries that they did. I had a meeting with us and the members of this committee for the good work. Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 53.3, I requested that you defer the putting of the question until the next meeting, the next sitting, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. I will defer the putting of the question to the next sitting. Order, members. Honourable members, being 1 minute to 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 29th June 2023 at 2:30 p.m.
AZIMIO La Umoja One Kenya coalition has declared an end to the bipartisan talks initiated to end the weekly anti-government protests, accusing the government of dishonesty and failing to address key issues that affect Kenyans. The announcement was made as their Kenya Kwanza counterparts, led by the bipartisan committee co-principal George Murugara, announced their return to the negotiating table. Safin Achieng Ouma details the latest stalemate that now leaves the fate of the talks in limbo.
Mumeamua tuendelee kuongea ama tufanye maandamano? Mumesema kuongea ama maandamano?
This was one of the declarations made at Kamukunji grounds in Nairobi. Leaders from the opposition vowing to continue boycotting the bipartisan talks with Kenya Kwanza.
Wangapi wanasema wakati wa kuzungumza umekwisha? Sasa baba, that is the first resolution.
The talks hit a snag about a month ago over what AZIMIO termed as failure by their Kenya Kwanza counterparts to honor their demands. According to a communication by the committee's co-chair Otiende Amolo, Kenya Kwanza had failed to co-sign and submit letters addressed to the IEBC CEO and the chairperson of IEBC selection panel. In effect, AZIMIO suspended the talks indefinitely.
Baba alituambia tuzungumze nao watu. Wakati huo tulikaza kamba, wakatuomba tuzungumze, tujadiliane. Tukaanza mazungumzo, tukaregesha kamba. Kuregesha hivi wakaanza kututusi. Sasa kwa maoni inaonekana tukiregesha wanatudharau, tukikaza wanatuomba tuzungumze.
The talks, however, according to the committee's co-chair, Tharaka MP George Murugara, who is representing the Kenya Kwanza side, were only delayed by the budget process.
The suspension was sine die, which literally means indefinite. And going by that, a month has lapsed. And since we left